Jose. Cruz's son, Arturo Jr., who was frequently in the Costa Rican capital, concurs. The State Department behaved in a very civilized way. But the sergeants of the company were behaving differently in the field. They were talking to their clients and saying Cruz is going to sell you out. And a congressional source stated that Bolaños had at least 2 meetings with the CIA chief of station in San Jose at about this time. John Stone disputed assertions that the CIA was undermining official policy, but said he had detected the erosion in support for Cruz among the internal opposition and acted with dispatch to shore it up. 10 The CIA signals fortified the hardliners in the Coordinadora in Managua but also led to a profound misunderstanding. Those in Managua agreed with their counterparts in Washington on the intermediate goal of discrediting the elections but not on who should be the beneficiaries. The hardliners in Managua hoped to destroy the legitimacy of the elections but on the assumption that they would benefit. Those in Washington did it in hopes that the Contras and the external military solution would benefit. During a visit to Bogotá in early September, Cruz won from Betancur a promise to work for the Sandinista acceptance of the modified demands. When he returned to Managua, Cruz heard from him every other day. But Betancur had his own agenda, to talk the Sandinistas into accepting the Contadora revised treaty at the same time. On September 19, Betancur notified Cruz of what he thought was a double victory. The call came midway through an indoor rally in Leon that was marred by government-organized violence. Arturo, Cruz recalls his saying, "I have very good news. Sergio Ramirez has called me with the full authority from the National Directorate of the FSLN to tell me that they are going to extend the campaign period and they are willing to meet most of your demands." He asked Cruz to provide a written presentation of the Coordinadora's demands. Cruz readily agreed but informed him that circumstances belied an amicable solution. As they spoke, turbas divinas were pelting the building with rocks. "You may observe that I am shouting," Cruz replied. "Yes, why, Arturo?" Betancur asked. "I am surrounded by very unfriendly people. And one of the guarantees precisely that we need, Mr. President, is that we can meet freely. We are being obstructed." Betancur said, "Arturo, by all means that is totalitarian behavior." Worse violence occurred on September 21, in Boco, about 50 miles east of Managua, where a crowd of about 100 broke through police barriers, stoned Cruz's car, and broke the windshield. Cruz was hit by a rock and slightly injured. "They were really mad. Arturo and I were nearly killed," said his friend Bill Baez. The Supreme Electoral Council, headed by Mariano Fialos, did not investigate the incident on the grounds that Cruz was not a registered candidate. 11 ***. One aspect of the violence that puzzled those at whom it was directed was the authorship. At first, the mobs appeared to be at the direction of Borge's Interior Ministry. The army, under the command of Humberto Ortega, rescued the opposition in Leon. Then the roles reversed. In Boco we were protected by Borge's policemen and the mob were army people, Bill Baez said. Indeed, Daniel Ortega publicly took credit for the violence. Divided Council 247. On September 21, the Sandinista Directorate agreed to the Contadora draft but did not reach any conclusion regarding Cruz's modified election campaign terms. On September 27, Cruz telexed the new opposition demands to Betancur. Betancur conferred with Bayardo Arce, who was en route to Rio de Janeiro to represent the Sandinistas at the annual leadership conference of the Socialist International, which groups the world's social democratic parties. Betancur then passed the baton to Carlos Andrés Pérez, a senior Socialist International official and former president of Venezuela. Pérez in the meantime had personally invited Cruz and 2 colleagues to Rio and promised ample possibilities of having important conversations. A few days later Arce met with Cruz in Rio. Arce fidgeted in his chair and nervously rolled his shirt sleeves up and down. The bearded, somewhat intellectual-looking former journalist with La Prensa was now in charge of political affairs for the Sandinista party. Opposite him was Cruz, who, in an equally nervous state, chain-smoked and moved about uncomfortably in his chair. The setting was Perez's suite at the Rio Palace Hotel, overlooking the Copacabana, the date, Sunday, September 30th. For 3 days Perez cajoled, berated, and pushed the two sides. When the negotiations were over, Arce accused Cruz of blocking the deal and Cruz claimed Arce had welched. These were the first real negotiations between the Sandinistas and the opposition since the election was announced. It was the last best chance to resolve the Nicaragua dispute through political means. It was the crunch for U.S. policy. John Stone said that of all the efforts to reach a peaceful settlement, that one came the closest, I think. The importance of the talks is undisputed. Exactly what went wrong in Rio is very much disputed. Nearly 2 years later, even Perez, who chaired the talks, said he had not figured it out. 12. One reason is that both sides were engaged in gamesmanship. For Cruz to register so late in the election process, it was essential to delay the elections to avoid being accused by his associates of a sellout. For the hardliners in the Coordinadora, who wanted to discredit the process, it was essential to block Cruz from reaching a deal. The Sandinistas wanted to avoid a delay but also to avoid blame for the collapse of the mediation. The Reagan administration was a major participant at Rio, even if not present. But again it was divided. The State Department hoped 248 for national reconciliation in the form of elections and sought an agreement on terms Cruz could live with. The hard right wanted to delegitimize the election and would distrust any agreement that emerged. The Sandinistas had been aware of mixed signals all that summer. From Reagan's rhetoric, from Kirkpatrick at the UN, and from Manzanillo, showing the gulf between those seeking a domestic political resolution and those favoring an external military policy. However unable they had proved to exploit U.S. divisions for diplomatic gain in the past, they knew how to use them in domestic politics. Perez, the Socialist International Vice President for Latin America, also was engaged in chicanery, though of a different sort. He had not told his SI colleagues that he had invited Cruz and his Coordinadora colleagues, paid for their tickets and laid all the groundwork for negotiations. Nor did he tell them about the first meeting that Sunday afternoon. The first disagreement was over what to call the rebel forces. Arce wanted them to be called Contras. After a very, very long conversation, Perez said they agreed to call them groups which have taken up arms against the Sandinista revolutionary government. Perez urged Arce to accept conditions within which Cruz could participate. He began with the 9 demands that the Coordinadora had presented to the Sandinistas and separated out statements that would be regarded as ultimatums. The meeting lasted 3.5 hours. Arce and Cruz met again the following morning, Monday, October 1st, this time in the presence of Hans-Georgen Wisniewski, a close associate of SI President Willy Brandt, and several West German Social Democrats. Cruz was accompanied by vice presidential candidate Adán Flores and Coordinadora President Luis Rivas Leiva. Hanging over the talks was the latest deadline for registration, running out at midnight that night. In 1 hour, the negotiations made remarkable progress. The Coordinadora presented the demands they had sent to Betancourt. In return for satisfaction, they promised to participate in the election if the date was postponed to February 24, 1985. A very wealthy man, Perez said he picked up the tab for their travel but was reimbursed by the Venezuelan government. Divided Council 249. Arce readily agreed to all the guarantees. Cruz and his 2 colleagues asked for a break to confer with Managua. At the other end, opposition leaders gathered around a speakerphone in the offices of the Social Christian Party. Bolaños kept a low profile. The spokesman was Daniel Bonilla, an industrialist associate of Bolaños and perhaps the hardest of the hardliners. And he was deeply skeptical. After lunch the 3 negotiators denounced Arce's concessions as demagoguery, demanded additional access to the official news media as a condition, and required that the Sandinistas immediately agree to February 24 or some other postponement of election day. Then Arce dropped a bombshell. If Coordinator registered before midnight, the contest would be delayed until January 13, 1985, provided there was an effective ceasefire with the Contras. Arce insisted that Coordinator declare a ceasefire by October 10 and that Caleros and Pastores groups withdraw from Nicaragua by October 25. On the other hand, if the Sandinistas did not live up to their part of the bargain, the opposition could withdraw its registration any time up to October 25. The atmosphere in the room was suddenly electrified. Cruz called Managua again. "My advice to you is you go and register," Cruz told his associates. "Do it, register, because we have all the necessary safeguards not to be trapped. Do something really meaningful and we will really grow in stature." Arturo, Bonilla intoned, "Whatever is going to be done here. That is what the Coordinadora wants." Bonilla objected that the Coordinadora could not represent both the armed and the civic resistance. "I cannot have one single man representing the whole, because that would get the civic in bed with the military." In Washington, John Stone closely monitored the progress. He was in frequent touch with Baez, who was in Washington. John Stone asked to be kept informed but felt Cruz should proceed. He also was in touch with SI officials. The United States government asked the SI to do its utmost to help the Coordinadora reach a deal, said a close associate of Brandt. 13. Bonilla was an ideologue. "Communists don't convene an election unless they have all the means to win it," he said in an interview more than a year later. "We don't believe in the elections. We would have lost. And there is nothing worse in politics than losing. That is not the worst thing. It is that we would have made the Sandinistas win with our presence. My God, do you know what that means?" 250. Working along with John Stone was a senior CIA official. John Stone said each called his contacts in the opposition and the FDN to keep them from backing away in the midst of the negotiations. The FDN were extremely concerned about not being undercut by third force representation in elections that would legitimize the Sandinista regime, John Stone said. He asserted that the CIA supported his plan. "I was working out of the same room as the CIA guy, and unless some other part of the agency was trying to undermine him, we were giving the same advice: take part if you can get fair terms." Asterisk. Despite the cold reception, Cruz thought he saw a way to bridge the differences. "This is the most exhilarating day in my whole life," he told Brent Budowski on the telephone that night. "We actually have a chance to have an election and stop the war." Cruz asked for advice. "I probably need 48 hours to go back to tell my own people. Is that unreasonable?" Budowski said he replied, "My judgment is no, you're talking about stopping a war. I don't think it is that big a deal." The deadline passed without action. A dejected-looking Perez received Wisniewski the next morning and pronounced the negotiation a failure. Actually, he had another card up his sleeve. Without telling his SI colleagues, Perez had asked Arce to prepare a typed summary of the points of agreement, including the election postponement on condition of a ceasefire. Unannounced, an aide to Arce appeared with the document. Perez gave a copy to Cruz, who promised to return with a response at 4 p.m. Cruz checked with Managua, where he received more discouragement. Bonilla reiterated that the decision must be made in Managua. To drive the point home, he had the Coordinadora reaffirm its stand in a terse telegram. "Ratifying our conversation that you come back. Anything that is going to be done in Nicaragua," it said. Cruz said he never received it. Now Cruz dropped his own bombshell. Appearing at the appointed time, he went through Arce's paper point by point, wrote in changes of wording, then agreed to it. He conditioned his signature upon a vote of confidence by the Coordinadora in Managua. If they did not back him, he would withdraw as their candidate. Arce reacted angrily. "In the beginning, they said a big fat no," Perez said. "They said it was a joke to discredit the electoral process by doing this. I represent the Sandinista front, and although only 5 commandantes are now in Nicaragua, I have committed myself here and now, Arce said. But I have received no comparable pledge from Arturo Cruz, otherwise the coordinator could have registered before the deadline. Either you sign now, he insisted, or I don't sign. Perez became visibly peeved with Arce and in what appeared to be a slip of the tongue, addressed him as Comandante Bastardo. I was watching his expression, Rivas Livas said of Arce. The first time, no reaction. The third or fourth time, I noticed it bothered him. Perez stressed the significance of Cruz's personal commitment to return to Managua and put his name on the ballot, and for a brief moment Arce seemed to relent. It was about 5 p.m. For 20 minutes we had an agreement, said Thorvald Stoltenberg, a former Norwegian defense minister who had joined the talks for the SI. The two sides shook hands. They were very, very pleased. We were starting to drink cognac. Stoltenberg suggested they type out the contents of the accord. Cruz dictated the final wording to Perez. Luis Rivas Leiva, as president of the Coordinadora, accompanied by Adán Flores and Arturo Cruz, also agrees. Both parties add referendum to their respective organizations. Stoltenberg took a call from Dagbladet, a Norwegian newspaper, and broke the news to the press. An hour later, he had to phone the newspaper back and say the negotiations had fallen through. Arce suddenly stood up, shook hands with the West German SI participants, and bolted. Cruz thought the signal had been given in New York by Daniel Ortega. In an interview published that morning in the Washington Post, Ortega had declared that the election would take place on schedule. We were flexible on the date until a few days ago, he said. The elections are going to take place on November 4th. At this point we cannot continue to play with the date. Asterisk. John Stone concurred with Cruz. It was unbelievable. A moderate undercutting a hardliner. 252J. Later, in a UN General Assembly speech, Ortega predicted that the United States would invade Nicaragua on or before October 15 in order to sabotage the elections. But Arce had been bluffing all along. Extending the campaign was never a position for us, said Ramirez, the campaign manager and candidate for vice president of the ruling party. We always considered that it would be damaging for us because people would not be confident about our own elections if we did. Arce had made the offer in the knowledge it was unacceptable. Moreover, according to Ramirez, Cruz never had authority over Bermudez and Calero. And the Coordinadora didn't have that authority. Cruz said he had known that the Sandinistas were bluffing. We had to be forthcoming and call their bluff or to reach a real agreement. If it was possible. Arce went before a press conference. Yesterday at midnight they lost their last chance to register. There is no longer any question. The elections will be held in Nicaragua on November 4. Perez said that information he received subsequent to Rio gave the impression that the CIA had given instructions, had put pressures against Cruz's candidacy and therefore it wasn't accepted. They just didn't want someone with the prestige of Cruz to enter the elections, because it would validate them. They wanted to demonstrate there was no freedom of elections in Nicaragua. Perez felt the game of the Coordinadora had been simply to take away legitimacy. Neither Ortega, after he became president, nor Ramirez, after he became vice president, could cite specific evidence that the CIA was responsible. On returning to Managua, Cruz found that the Coordinadora was anything but supportive. Bolaños felt that Cruz had agreed to a bunch of foolish things. I don't know how he could promise that. He was saying yes to everything. Bonilla's view was, I don't think any plan proposed by would have been any good except for them. Cruz said he told them, there are some elements among you who might think that I am risking your interests. Accordingly, I am going to go away. On October 11, a full week after the breakup in Rio, the Coordinadora changed its mind and backed the election accord. Stoltenberg of the SI flew to Managua, followed by Brandt, to ask for a postponement in the elections. But the Sandinistas refused. The case was lost in Rio, Stoltenberg said. John Stone blamed the collapse of Rio on the Sandinistas. Had they given Cruz the 48 hours he desired and had he decided to run despite the criticism of the Coordinadora, it would have caused an uproar among the armed resistance and their backers in the Reagan administration. Too bad the Sandinistas didn't stick it out. They might have forced the FDN to back out, John Stone said. The crisis then would have come home to roost in Washington. Regrets. After the mediation collapsed, the Reagan administration quickly agreed that no Democratic opposition party should take part in the elections. In an election that the opposition could not win, it was better to have them out, said one John Stone aide. The State Department also took it upon itself to urge other countries not to send official teams of observers. We felt the elections were fatally flawed and were hoping to expose their lack of credibility, said another. 15. There were two problem cases. One was Virgilio Godoy of the Independent Liberals, who already had registered as a presidential candidate, and the second was Flores of the Social Christians, who U.S. officials feared might run anyway. Motley, under pressure from Casey, instructed the embassy in Managua to firm up Flores. A diplomat in the embassy's political section was dispatched with the message. We were told to make sure that Flores knew we wanted him to stay with the Coordinadora, said a U.S. source. To deal with Godoy, the ambassador himself was dispatched along with his political office director, Michael Joyce. His instructions were to lay out U.S. objections and conclude, accordingly, we hope you do not run. Bergold felt his instructions were fuzzy and 254. Ignored the last part of the message. It proved superfluous. Godoy told him the party was evenly divided and he would follow the party's will. The next day, the party voted overwhelmingly against his participation. Godoy thereupon went to the Supreme Electoral Council and gave written notice that the Independent Liberals were withdrawing from the race and wanted their candidates' names removed from the ballot. The collapse of the Rio talks had unexpected repercussions in Congress, which at the time was still grappling with the Contra Aid question. The Democratic House had voted a total cut-off, but the Republican Senate defeated a similar measure, and the conference was unable to bridge the difference. The compromise, to delay a vote on $14 million until February 1985, was suggested by liberal Democrats who had supported Cruz's candidacy and felt the Sandinistas were to blame for the breakdown. Bruce Cameron, then the lobbyist for Americans for Democratic Action, and Robert Lycan, a senior associate with the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, drafted a Washington Post opinion article which they and the State Department distributed prior to publication on October 9. The fate of a country, even a region, may be in the balance, the article, which appeared under Lycan's byline, said. Our best hope to avoid regional war and national bloodbath would be to suspend a decision on aid to the Contras until after the Nicaraguan elections 16. On October 10, a few days later, the conference did that, keeping the issue open until another day. The compromise allowed the administration to return for another vote on $14 million in military aid in March 1985. The elections themselves produced an intriguing result. The Sandinistas captured 67% of the vote, a remarkably low figure for a communist dictatorship. Although Godoy had quit the race, his name remained on the ballot. He received 9.6% and his party got 9 seats of the elected 90 seats. The Sandinistas took 61. On the day of the election, Reagan told reporters, "I have just one thing to say. It's a phony." And Schultz, through his spokesman, commented, "The Sandinista electoral farce, without any meaningful political opposition, leaves the situation essentially unchanged." Many observers thought that Cruz would have received at least 40% of the vote had he run. The most consistent and supportive. Divided council. 255. Backers of his participation, the leaders of Venezuela's two parties, derived two conclusions from the elections. One was that Cruz should have run. I hold the conviction that if Cruz had gone to the elections, the Democratic opposition would have gotten not less than 45% of the vote, said Luis Herrera Campos, the former Venezuelan president and a leading figure in the COPI, or Christian Democratic Party. The other was that the Reagan administration tried to block him. Venezuela's parties were well plugged into the internal opposition parties in Nicaragua. They kept on telling us that the United States was telling the internal opposition not to participate in order to sabotage the elections, said a senior U.S. diplomat in Caracas. Perez, a leader of Acción Democrática, the Social Democratic Party in Venezuela, who had organized the mediation, said he had had no expectation that the Sandinistas, as a group of guerrillas who had fought their way to the top, would let power go because of elections, but thought elections might have put Nicaragua on a course similar to that of Mexico, left of center, semi-democratic, broadly based one-party rule. He viewed the Nicaraguan election as not a solution to the problem, but it certainly was an opening. Cruz agreed, and his will be the judgment that lasts. In hindsight, said Cruz, we should have gone, with or without conditions. In hindsight, I feel you must go to elections to prove there has been a fraud. From a purely political standpoint, against a totalitarian system, you might as well go and bloody your nose. 4 weeks later, Harry Schlotterman sat down with Victor Tinoco in Manzanillo for their 7th session. I think you just missed the great opportunity, Schlotterman said. From now on, Bergold told Saul Arana, head of the North America desk at the Nicaraguan Foreign Ministry, you have to understand that everything will center on the Contras. That is our main instrument. Security issues will be secondary. 1. Rhetoric and reality. 1. He November 4 elections marked a watershed in Nicaragua's internal politics and relations with the United States. Daniel Ortega had been elected president, but his title did not confer the power it implied, and he adopted a militant stance at home and abroad as he worked to consolidate his authority. The internal opposition claimed that their boycott had denied legitimacy to Ortega's election. But whatever it did, they now found themselves without a role, a leader, or a future. Skillful and magnanimous treatment of them would have gained Ortega political credit abroad and support at home. Instead, he now presided over a crackdown. The commandante's minds were elsewhere. Having gotten through the moment of greatest danger in June 1984, the Nine began to overcome their fear of a U.S. invasion and turned their attention to surviving a certain second Reagan term. They defined the threat in 256. Rhetoric and reality. 257. Military terms and, to deal with it, acquired advanced Soviet weapons, restructured their army, and developed a new counterinsurgency strategy. 2 days after the Nicaraguan elections, Reagan won his second term with 58.4% of the vote, a 49-state landslide. For Casey, who had fought to save his Contra program with little help from the White House during the campaign, the result was a shot of adrenaline. Mondale had sought to make Nicaragua a campaign issue by pledging upon election to halt the Contra program for good. The public had shown little interest, but Congress, perhaps more in reaction to Casey's mismanagement than to Mondale's campaign, had nevertheless suspended all Contra aid just 3 weeks before the election. Casey and other conservatives read Reagan's tremendous victory as a mandate to restore military aid to the Contras. Saudi funding secretly arranged by the White House would sustain them for the moment. The political windfall and secret funding were 2 factors in the new foreign policy equation. The third was a policy vacuum. Schultz, Motley, and John Stone had bet the House on the combination of Manzanillo and the Nicaraguan election. But their strategy, relying on the acquiescence of opponents in both capitals, had proved overly ambitious. U.S. officials said the Sandinistas conducted their election fairly on voting day, and probably won the 2/3 majority they claimed. But the absence of a contest in Managua left state empty-handed, and officials had few ideas on what to do next. Ortega's margin of victory became Schultz's margin of defeat. The combination of political windfall, secret funding, and policy vacuum allowed conservatives to turn Nicaragua policy into the political fight of the year. Their strategy succeeded. In June 1985, Congress voted $27 million in non-military aid. 1 year later, Congress narrowly approved $100 million, including $70 million in military aid. In so doing, they transformed Nicaragua from a foreign policy concern into pure domestic politics. But as the issue became politicized, the concepts underlying U.S. policy increasingly fell out of touch with the real world. The facts on the ground became props in the domestic debate. In place of a strategy, those advocating politicization offered public relations. Otto Reich's public diplomacy office mounted a vigorous and effective propaganda campaign to alter the image of the Sandinistas from Robin Hood to Stalinist thug. Casey had lobbied behind. 258. The scenes for a public relations campaign and supported the project by releasing intelligence on the Sandinistas. North, from his perch in the NSC, pressed the bureaucracy to release data quickly. With such heavyweight support as this, Reich hired an outside public relations firm, then proceeded to build a staff with more than a dozen full-time foreign service or other government professionals. The administration capitalized on the Sandinista military build-up and Managua's growing dependency on Moscow by treating them as PR pluses in the struggle with Congress. Yet in terms of policy goals, these were setbacks to U.S. interests that rendered the insurgency or any other course of action by the United States more difficult and costly to pursue. The emphasis placed on the Contras as cure-all also made no sense in strategy terms. Historically, domestic political oppositions always play the decisive role in an uprising, and the external armed forces are the adjunct. In the administration's PR terms, however, the opposite was the case. The polarization within Nicaragua that caused more and more of the internal opposition to leave the country became a plus in efforts to sway Congress to back the Contras. A lack of coordination had plagued U.S. policy in the period from 1981 to 1984, when the CIA had managed the Contra program and state had intermittently had control of the policy. But that period was smooth compared with what followed. Reagan's hands-off style of management, his readiness to turn foreign policy into domestic politics, and his preference for can-do subordinates operating under his inspiration rather than on carefully formulated guidelines encouraged a kind of free enterprise competition. A stunning example of the confusion occurred on the night of the U.S. election. News reports quoted U.S. intelligence to the effect that the Soviet freighter Bakuriani, heading for Corinto, might be carrying Soviet MiG-21 combat aircraft. More than a year later, military intelligence and the CIA were not sure if the MiGs had been on board. If so, they were sent back. But the story, fed by administration threats of retaliation, took on a life of its own. The White House compared arms shipments to Nicaragua to the build-up in Cuba shortly before the Soviets installed offensive missiles in 1962. The Pentagon, asserting that Nicaragua had designs on its neighbors, announced a series of previously scheduled naval exercises in the Caribbean and ground exercises in Honduras. The Sandinistas renewed their state of emergency, sent tanks and armored vehicles rolling through cities, and put troops and militia on. Rhetoric and reality. 259. A nationwide alert against the threat of a U.S. invasion. Meanwhile, the Pentagon spokesman said government officials and the news media had jointly contributed to the hysteria over the MiGs*. The false scare set back U.S. policy. If MiGs had in fact been on board, administration goals would have been better served by keeping quiet until they were unloaded. These would have been the first fighter planes possessed by a Soviet ally within range of the Panama Canal. U.S. public opinion would have supported retaliation. More significant militarily was that the non-arrival of the MiGs obscured the actual arrival of a fast, valuable armored aircraft, the Mi-25 Hind helicopter gunship, the export model of the Mi-24 used by the Soviets in Afghanistan. Shortly before the elections, At least 5 hinds were delivered to El Bluff on the Atlantic coast of Nicaragua by Bulgarian freighter. These could be used in the counterinsurgency but also in an offensive cross-border operation. Because the public focus was on the higher threshold response of the MiGs, the hinds became a secondary issue in public, that is. Behind the scenes, the arrival of the hinds provoked panic, leading north into a step fraught with legal peril, as was revealed during the Iran-Contra hearings nearly 3 years later. Calero apparently provoked it by complaining that the FDN had not been warned of the hinds' arrival and adding that the FDN could still destroy the choppers on the ground if it had timely intelligence. Nothing the FDN had done pointed to such a capability, but North swung into action. CIA Task Force Chief Alan Fears insisted he did not supply the intelligence data, but North obtained it somehow, possibly from the Pentagon. And despite the explicit congressional ban, North turned over maps and other intelligence material to Robert Owen, a volunteer courier, who hand-delivered them to the FDN. Poindexter, then deputy NSC advisor, said he was aware of the handover, but McFarlane, his boss, could not recall giving North any such authority. 2 Official U.S. threats of retaliation proved to be bluster, thus. 260. Squandering administration credibility in the region and political support at home. Moreover, radicals in Managua used the bluster to enforce a crackdown on the internal opposition. Most significantly, Nicaragua acquired its most advanced and valuable weapons system to date without any U.S. reaction. The supercharged atmosphere in the weeks after the election reflected the White House's ambivalence to further direct talks with the Sandinistas. But the Sandinistas misread the American political signals and, without weighing the impact on U.S. policy of their own uncontested elections and the collision between Contadora and the Manzanillo endeavors, indicated they thought an agreement was in sight. With the encouragement of Fidel Castro, they had convinced themselves that Reagan, re-elected, would act like a traditional Republican president and come to terms with an elected Sandinista government as well as with the Castro regime. At the 8th session at Manzanillo on November 19 to 20, we engaged in serious negotiations on possible Nicaraguan agreement to modify the September 7 Contadora Accord, which the Sandinistas had already agreed to sign, according to Raymond Burghard, who represented the White House at Manzanillo. 3 Tinoco made concessions on a key technical question. It was clear to all of us that they were ready to go a good distance, another U.S. participant said. They agreed to on-site verification and were amenable to a fairly complex scheme. But they still had to work out a formal plan as well as agreements regarding arms limitation and a timetable for implementation. What Bergold termed the Cuban fantasy period lasted through February 1985. In December, Daniel Ortega received the ambassador for a rare audience and tested out a theory about the Reagan administration. According to this theory, which presumably originated with Castro, there were 2 factions. Weinberger, Casey, and Kirkpatrick were implacable enemies of the Sandinistas. The other faction, led by Schultz and McFarlane, had gained great political power and would dominate the second administration. On their advice, Reagan would be amenable to a deal or deals that contained something for everyone. Bergold tried to disabuse Ortega. "You are characterizing it in an inaccurate way," he said. "Perhaps Schultz and McFarlane have a higher tolerance for a negotiated outcome. But the others do not trust the State Department. That is where the differences are. If you knew what Schultz thought of you, you wouldn't be any happier." At the 9th and final meeting on December 10 to 11, the Sandinistas apparently drew back from earlier signs of a willingness to modify their stance on Contadora. Instead, the 2 sides explored the outlines of a security accord that would have committed the Sandinistas to limit their military build-up, halt support for foreign insurgencies, and send home their Cuban and Soviet military advisors in return for a U.S. commitment to halt its support for the Contras. These were the last 3 of Enders's 4 points of August 1982. The proposal included on-site verification, in short, everything but democratization. That was an important omission. According to the Sandinistas, the meeting broke up in disagreement over the question of democratization. According to Schlotterman, it was over the form the accord might take. To an outside observer, democratization appears to have been the real stumbling block. Schlotterman had sought changes in the Contadora Act of September 7 along lines demanded by Washington's Central American allies in October. Tinoco parried that the act as it now stands is unacceptable for you without modifications, just as it is for us with modifications. Instead, he suggested bilateral agreements that could help overcome the problems that emerge at a regional level. His aim was an understanding leading to normal diplomatic relations. Yet that sort of accord had long since ceased to satisfy leading figures in the administration, whose sole object was to regain aid to the Contras. An official Sandinista account of the final session states that Schlotterman rejected the offer on the grounds that the Sandinistas refused to negotiate with the Contras. We have emphasized the importance of the process of national reconciliation, which implies the incorporation of all opposition sectors into the political process, Schlotterman was quoted as saying. You have rejected the possibility of a dialogue with a sector of the opposition, the sector under arms, and this is why we feel it is difficult to reach bilateral agreements. However, according to Schlotterman and Burghardt, the meeting foundered on something else, the Sandinistas' effort to supplant the Contadora Act, with its vague references to democracy, with a bilateral U.S. Nicaraguan security accord which would contain no references to democracy. I don't get it, Schlotterman said. This would contradict Contadora. How do you match up the bilateral agreement and Contadora? Schlotterman's statement on its face may appear illogical, for the Manzanillo talks were a bilateral forum with no integral connection with Contadora. But it should be recalled that the context in which Schlotterman was operating was not the traditional diplomatic pursuit of safeguarding defined national security interests but an internal negotiation with those in the Reagan cabinet who adamantly opposed direct talks and absolutely opposed a security accord with the Sandinistas. To go to Manzanillo, the State Department had to devise the convoluted explanation that the talks would supplement, not supplant, Contadora. This proved to be a cover story, for State had given little attention or support to the Contadora process. Subsequent events revealed that as late as December 1984 the United States was not coordinating its actions with those of the Contadora mediators but operating unilaterally. Thus, Schlotterman's reaction to Tinoco should be understood in the domestic context in which he was operating. To negotiate exclusively security issues was politically untenable. Perhaps you could have a secret agreement, he quoted Tinoco as replying. Schlotterman said the United States was not interested. Tinoco insisted that the problems were between Nicaragua and the United States. Schlotterman replied that they were between Nicaragua and its neighbors. He added that the only logical way to interpret Tinoco's statements was that Nicaragua did not want a comprehensive Contadora accord but a bilateral treaty, dealing exclusively with Nicaragua's security concerns. Tinoco, according to Rhetoric and Reality. 263. An aid memoir distributed to other governments by the Nicaraguan Foreign Ministry, promised that once agreements were reached guaranteeing the security interests of both the United States and Nicaragua, increased efforts must be made to achieve a regional agreement, which, under these new conditions, would have more possibilities of success. Up to this point only Nicaragua had said it would sign the September 7 Act and not retracted its statement. According to Tinoco, the meeting broke up with Schlotterman's summing up of the Nicaraguan position. That is interesting. It is a new approach, something different. We will review your position, and at the next meeting we will answer this proposal. According to the version of Schlotterman and Burghardt, Tinoco distanced himself from his own proposal by saying he had been floating some personal ideas. Burghardt passed a note to Schlotterman saying if the U.S. delegation head were his friend Henry Kissinger, he would get up from the table, telling Tinoco he was not there to listen to his personal ideas. Schlotterman concluded by reiterating that Nicaragua's internal political arrangements were the primary issue, not security matters. His parting words to the Nicaraguan delegation were, "If you don't talk to the Contras, there will be no peace in Central America. Without setting an exact date, the two sides agreed to hold another meeting in the second half of January. Ortega was sworn in as president on January 10. On January 17, Tinoco called the U.S. Embassy to propose January 24 to 25 as dates. 2 days later, Bergold called on him. For various reasons it is not prudent to set a date for another meeting, he said. In terms of the U.S. position, the Manzanillo talks were not making progress. Now it was time for the multilateral talks to move forward. The following day, Notimex, the Mexican news agency, reported that the Manzanillo talks had been suspended. The State Department never announced the suspension and waited hours to confirm the report. In doing so, an artful spin was put on the event, downplaying its real significance. Denying that the U.S. side had broken off the talks, the department said, "We have not scheduled any further meetings at the present time, however, pending an evaluation of the talks to date and further evolution of the Contadora process." The news was obscured by another announcement earlier that day that the United States would boycott the World Court Pro. 264. Seatings brought by the Sandinistas the previous April. A State Department spokesman said the court had ventured into a political question that is beyond its competence, and the haste with which the court proceeded to a 16-0 ruling on November 26 to hear the case only adds to the impression that the court is determined to find in favor of Nicaragua in this case. Splaudeman later complained that the Sandinistas had begun saying publicly that Manzanillo would supplant Contadora as the major forum to resolve Central American disputes. "We have to see what happens in Contadora," he said in an interview. "If it goes ahead, we probably would resume direct talks. I hope this will help rather than hinder Contadora." Contadora eventually went ahead, but the direct talks did not. Contadora was at best a pretext for breaking off Manzanillo. 10 days before Washington suspended the talks, the four Contadora foreign ministers urged the United States and Nicaragua to intensify the dialogue that they are holding in Manzanillo in order to conclude agreements furthering a normalization of their relations and regional détente. Clearly, a suspension was not their idea of help. At the end of January, Simon Alberto Consalvi, the Venezuelan foreign minister, declared that Contadora was at a dead point. "Unless we obtain a clear definition of support from the Reagan administration for a realistic agreement in the region, our good offices are not going to prosper." 5 *. The real reason for breaking off the talks was somewhat different. The administration could no longer achieve its goal of democracy through negotiations, and as a result the political basis for the process had collapsed. "We could have done a security negotiation if Washington was interested. But Washington never was," said one member of the U.S. delegation. "If it were just security issues such as the question of assistance to insurgents, as difficult as these security issues are, you have obvious trade-offs, the stuff of which agreements are made. The problem is that the other thing on the table is democracy. Nobody can figure a way to negotiate that one. Or, as Schlotterman put it, the fact is, the basic issue is there. Internal political arrangements. The rest is not all that important." Tinoco saw things the other way around. "We can't accept the United States meddling in our internal affairs in the way they have been used to doing. But it doesn't mean that it is not possible to fulfill some of the concerns of the United States regarding internal matters," he said in January 1986. "If the United States accepted the Nicaraguan revolution and stopped financing the insurgency, the rebels under an amnesty could return to Nicaragua and engage in political activity. There is no ideological contradiction in terms that Washington wishes a pluralistic election and we don't. Really, it is possible to do it. But in the context of an aggression, it is not possible." He suggested as a trade-off ending the war in exchange for holding elections with the participation of everybody. Tinoco's trade-off would have involved risk but also the possible payoff of ending the dispute peacefully. Yet there is no indication the administration ever explored the possibility, if indeed it knew of it. The formal U.S. explanation for breaking off Manzanillo did not even hint at the motive forces at work. Power had shifted in Washington after Reagan's election landslide, and the opponents of negotiations, chiefly Casey and North, had gained the upper hand. Casey had a visceral dislike of negotiating with communists and wanted his Contra program restored. North pressed the point. As the diplomacy was winding down, financial aid for the Contras, albeit from a third country, Saudi Arabia, was going full speed ahead. 2 days before Tinoco asked Bergold to schedule more talks, North summed up the position of the newly revived hard right. In a lengthy memo to McFarlane, North contended that a negotiated settlement would run counter to U.S. interests. There were only 3 options, he said: a negotiated solution leaving the Sandinistas in power in return for assurances that they will not export revolution, a resumption of aid to the Contras to prevent the consolidation of a Marxist-Leninist state and to establish in its place a truly democratic and pluralistic government, or the use of U.S. military force to remove the Sandinistas to achieve the same goal. North concluded that letting the Sandinistas remain in power was unacceptable to U.S. strategic interests. The most prudent course of action, given the threat we face from the Soviets and their surrogates in Central America, is #to seek congressional approval for resuming our support to the Nicaraguan resistance. This in hand, McFarlane left on a quick tour of the region to assure allies of administration steadfastness despite its inability to convince Congress to back its policy. Within a few weeks, North and Casey acquired the financial resources to sustain the drive for a military solution. Unbeknown to Schultz, Motley, or the Congress, the Saudis had been subsidizing the Contras at the rate of $1 million a month since July 1984. During a February 1985 White House visit, King Fahd told Reagan he would step up the pace, and within a month he deposited another $24 million for a grand total of $32 million. Casey in the meantime launched his own campaign in support of the Contra program by offering a new foreign policy vision based on the sweeping aim of backing anti-communist resistance worldwide. Casey at bat. It is hard to imagine a less likely candidate to shape political strategy than William Casey. But according to congressional leaders, no other senior cabinet officer would identify with the program. Casey had practiced confrontation with Congress for most of Reagan's first years and was not about to shrink from a fight. His loose management and cavalier disdain for the oversight process had finally so soured Congress that, on October 11, it had suspended the use of funds for the insurgency by any government agency until March 1985. 4 days after the ban, known as the Second Boland Amendment, took effect, Casey found himself in yet another imbroglio with Congress, this time over a CIA terrorist training manual. Once again he charged into the fray. On October 15, the Associated Press reported that the CIA had produced a manual advising the rebels on intimidation tactics, kidnappings, and assassinations. The aim behind the manual was to help discipline a force that one advisor to the Joint Chiefs of Staff called the strangest national liberation organization in the world. Rhetoric and Reality 267. Just a bunch of killers. Casey himself had proposed the project on a visit to Tegucigalpa in June 1983. But something had gone badly awry. Instead of discouraging wanton violence, the manual had seemed to glorify it. Based on the 1968 lesson plans of the Army Special Warfare School at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the contents drew largely from the practices of the Viet Cong during the Vietnam War. Its cover featured a drawing of 15 heads with holes in them. The author used the pseudonym Teacan, Nicaraguan slang for a macho man. A chapter on the selective use of violence for effects of propaganda advised the rebels to neutralize prominent Sandinista figures and hire professional criminals to carry out specific jobs, such as creating martyrs or provoking mob violence. When the manual became a political issue in Congress on the eve of the election, Casey thumbed his nose at lawmakers by defending it as an attempt to make every guerrilla persuasive in face-to-face communication. 7. Not until early December did Casey admit to negligence in managing the operation. After an internal investigation, the CIA disciplined 5 mid-level employees and fired John Kirkpatrick, a former employee who wrote the manual under contract. Investigators acknowledged that the manual had violated the law barring funds to aid in the overthrow of the Sandinista government. But they asserted the violation had been unintentional on grounds that senior officials in the field and at headquarters had never read it. Claridge, who should have supervised the project, got off without a reprimand. For the congressional oversight committees, this was the last straw. No one wanted responsibility for a project that the Senate committee estimated had taken up 25% of its time and repeatedly ended in embarrassment. Goldwater and Boland gave up the chairmanships of the Senate and House committees, and their successors, Republican Dave Durenberger of Minnesota and Democrat Lee Hamilton of Indiana, became outspoken opponents of resuming covered aid to the Contras as a covered program. Casey had ushered in a new era of mistrust. But his star was on the rise. On January 7 the Senate committee criticized the CIA for its inadequate supervision and management of covert operations in Nicaragua in connection with the manual. On January 9, Casey took the offensive with a vast and different concept. In its first 4 years, the Reagan administration had accomplished much of its domestic agenda through higher defense spending, lower 268 taxes, and trimmed domestic programs. But it had achieved nothing that resembled a foreign policy legacy. The Grenada intervention was hardly a policy accomplishment, and its significance paled in comparison with Beirut, where a terrorist bombing had led to Reagan's withdrawal of the U.S. military presence. Now Casey would offer his version of the Reagan legacy. In his 6 years as CIA director, Casey never held a press conference and, until early 1985, his public speeches attracted little attention. When he spoke, it was often before an exclusive men's club to which he belonged. He chose the Union League Club in New York City, of which he was a member, to kick off what would later become known as the Reagan Doctrine. Asterisk. The untitled speech said little about practical responses to complex problems, but its sweeping assertions and inconsistencies said a good deal about Casey's mind. The probable origin of the speech is a story in itself. Reagan, Casey, and their ideological soulmates fervidly desired the rollback of Soviet influence in the Third World, and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979 gave the theme an aura of political respectability in Congress. But it was difficult to find a link between the Afghan resistance and other rightist-led anti-communist struggles that could provide a basis for a new U.S. policy and for politically sustainable programs of support. Enter Jack Wheeler, a self-styled adventurer whose most noted previous feat was a parachute jump at the North Pole that had earned mention in the Guinness Book of World Records. Wheeler had been a friend of Dana Rohrabacher, a member of the White House speech-writing staff, and prodded by him, decided in 1983 to explore the phenomenon of anti-communist insurgencies. With funds provided by the Libertarian Reason Foundation, Wheeler set off on a 6-month tour of Nicaragua, Angola, Afghanistan, Cambodia, Mozambique, and Ethiopia. On his return, Rohrabacher invited Wheeler to give an illustrated lecture to about 25 White House aides. Wheeler's concept that anti-Soviet rebellions were occurring worldwide and we ought to take advantage of it caught on and excited everybody, Rohrabacher said. Wheeler briefed Kirkpatrick and North, and got to know Casey very well and briefed him extensively on his concept, Rohrabacher. The phrase Reagan Doctrine was coined by writer Charles Crothammer in a Time essay by that title, April 1, 1985. Rhetoric and Reality. 269. Said. Wheeler confirmed that he had presented a memo to Casey arguing that anti-communist struggles worldwide were a single movement at a 1.5-hour meeting in November 1984. Casey gave his speech on January 9. Wheeler believed his argument influenced Casey's language, but in setting the main theme of the speech Casey also drew from his personal experience. Fighting the Nazis. 8 His topic was the global struggle against communism. For Casey, the Third World was divided into 2 groups: occupied countries, in which Marxist regimes have been either imposed or maintained by external forces, and unoccupied countries, that is, all the rest. He identified 5 countries as occupied: Afghanistan, Cambodia, Ethiopia, Angola, and Nicaragua, without differentiating the unique circumstances in which leftist governments had come to power in each. Interestingly, Nicaragua, whose regime was neither installed nor maintained by external forces, did not fit his own definition of occupied. Casey put the behavior of the Marxists in these countries on a par with that of Adolf Hitler. In the aggregate there has occurred a Holocaust comparable to that which Nazi Germany inflicted in Europe some 40 years ago, he said of the 5 countries. But the aggregate evil did not apply equally in each case. The Marxist Khmer Rouge had undertaken a systematic slaughter in Cambodia, but no such bloodbath had occurred in Nicaragua. His logic suggested that America's goal should be the destruction of the regimes in the occupied countries, but Casey ducked altogether the question of policy goals. Instead, he announced the good news is that the tide has changed. The 1980s have emerged as the decade of freedom fighters resisting communist regimes. Even better news was that joining this tide against communism was cheap as well as vital for U.S. interests. Although the communists are spending close to $8 billion a year to snuff out freedom in these countries, it is not necessary to match this in money, manpower, or military weapons. Oppressed people want freedom and are fighting for it. They need only modest support and strength of purpose from nations which want to see freedom prevail and which will find their own security impaired if it doesn't. Casey's proposal for modest support was self-serving in more ways than one. On the most obvious level, funding insurgencies was 270. By charter a CIA responsibility, and adding covered programs translated into an expansion of his empire. Less obvious was the fact that Casey's aggrandizement would be at State Department expense. The context in which he proposed support implied not only more programs but also a bigger hand in policy. Casey omitted mention of any rational process under which support for insurgencies would be decided case by case, in a local context, and to achieve specified policy aims and, instead, substituted global anticommunism as the criterion. In making an ideological aim the test of merit, he removed any concrete measurement of success. Indeed, the modest levels of expenditure he advocated assuredly would accomplish little beyond making the Soviets and their client states bleed. That would reinforce the need for his programs. Moscow would step up aid, Washington would follow suit, and the insurgencies and the support programs would become ends in themselves. If insurgencies became ends in themselves, the State Department role would be further reduced, for according to hardline doctrine there was no place to negotiate settlements with leftist governments since they were not to be trusted. Casey happened to oppose such negotiations anyway. By rendering negotiated solutions impossible, Casey would in time justify conservative ideology, which posits inevitable, unending conflict with the Soviets. In short, the inconclusive bloodletting underway in Nicaragua would become the model for combating Marxist regimes throughout the Third World. Casey modified and embellished his vision in the course of speeches that year and in 1986. To cope with the anomaly that the Sandinistas had not perpetrated a bloodbath, he invented one. In Nicaragua, the communist government killed outright a minimum of 1,000 former Somoza National Guardsmen during the summer of 1979, he told New York's Metropolitan Club in May 1985. No such event had been reported at the time or since, and the CIA press office was unable to point to a source for this fact. Casey subsequently dropped the reference. In a backhanded way, he eventually acknowledged that Marxism in Nicaragua had not been imposed or maintained by external forces. In a June 1986 speech he substituted the less sweeping phrase installed or co-opted. Casey also added Mozambique and Yemen to his occupied list. Still, inconsistencies continued to abound from speech to speech. Reminiscing on his World War II OSS background, Casey said in that same speech, "In my opinion, Nicaragua can and should be a perfect example of how some of our experiences of World War II can be applied with great effect in support of a resistance movement." but he switched examples to suit convenience. 3 months later, he spoke admiringly of the communist model as applied by the Sandinistas. Two can play the same game. Just as there is a classic formula for communist subversion and takeover, there also is a proven method of overthrowing repressive government that can be applied successfully in Nicaragua. 9. Rhetoric and Reality. 271. Casey was only one very important voice in the internal debate, and his speech did not constitute official policy. But he laid down a concept, rhetoric, and a shrill tone that became the inspiration for Reagan. Although the specifics of Casey's conversations with Reagan are not known, he was a friend and ideological soulmate of the president with cabinet rank, direct access, and ample opportunities to discuss an issue on which he felt strongly. And he brought good news, which is what the president liked to hear. When White House speechwriters later in January came up with similar language and proposed it for the State of the Union address, Reagan quickly endorsed it. The role of the speechwriting shop had grown since Enders's ouster. Speechwriters all along had been the guardians of Reagan's conservative conscience, and with some reason they felt that they made a difference. In a reversal of the practice under Jimmy Carter, they, not the policy formulators, were the last to sign off on presidential foreign policy statements, according to high State Department aides. Speechwriting in the Reagan White House was a rhetorician's dream come true. Here was a president who visualized policy through speeches, who tried to achieve goals through aggressive advocacy rather than aggressive management. Speechwriters are part of the policy-making process along with the Secretary of State, the National Security Council, and the Department of Defense. The only difference is we're anonymous, boasted one. They subscribed to the view on the right that the State Department was the other side. We always said we needed an American desk at the State Department, joked Bentley Elliott, then speechwriting director. Reagan's State of the Union address on February 6 picked up Casey's concept of aiding freedom fighters without reference to any specific policy goals. Rohrabacher and Wheeler had helped pave the way for what essentially was an update of Mengus's 1968 daydream. The actual words at the core of the Reagan doctrine came from Elliott and Mengus. That was Constantine and me on the word processor. Elliott said. 10 We must not break faith with those who are risking their lives on every continent to defy Soviet-supported aggression and secure rights which have been ours from birth, Reagan stated. The Sandinista dictatorship of Nicaragua, with full Cuban and Soviet bloc support, not only persecutes its people, the church, and denies a free press, but arms and provides bases for communist terrorists attacking neighboring states. Support for 272. Freedom fighters is self-defense and totally consistent with the OAS and UN charters. It is essential that the Congress continue all facets of our assistance to Central America. I want to work with you to support the democratic forces whose struggle is tied to our own security. Reagan's attachment to the notion of anti-communist freedom fighters was largely romantic, in the judgment of many foreign policy experts, and he may have had little in mind beyond sending money. But Casey, as the head of an action agency, seemed to fall in a different category. He had managed the program essentially as a supply relationship. But he had never insisted on developing a workable military strategy, a task well within the capabilities of the CIA. The omission of so obvious a step raised basic questions. Was Casey also a romantic, or did his motivation lie more in gaining programs and power than in making the programs work? Diplomats who struggled against the consequences of Casey's thinking in Central America saw the Reagan doctrine as a pipe dream whose major impact would be to block the normal functions of diplomacy. What they are doing is building a model of how the United States can take a socialist revolution which we regard as inimical and reverse it without the use of military force, said a high U.S. diplomat. Democracy would emerge as the alternative and take over. The Sandinistas would either participate as a minority or go away. This would be a first in American international politics, a casebook study of how to shrink the Soviet Empire at its extremities. It was as attractive as any dream could be. It would raise morale. It would make people think we are on the right side of history. The problem with confrontation by proxy was the absence of a politico-military theory to underpin it and a program to apply resources to concrete ends. Only a handful of American military theorists actively work on developing counterinsurgency doctrine, and fewer on insurgency. Moreover, rightist insurgency against a leftist police state presents a different set of problems from leftist insurgency against an unpopular rightist regime. Words and money are not sufficient to the task. Leftist insurgencies usually have a unified military structure, a political command that presents a united front to the world, intelligence and support infrastructures within the target country, and an external source of financial and moral support, military and political advice. But the administration failed to think through the problem in Nicaragua or anywhere else, and not. Rhetoric and Reality 273. Until late in 1986 did it create a support structure for the anti-Sandinista military or political front. The manner in which Reagan pursued his goals in Nicaragua alone suggests that the so-called doctrine was a rationalization for ad hoc actions undertaken in large part for reasons of the internal administration power struggle. 2 weeks after Reagan spoke, Schultz struck back with a considered statement that offered support to democratic revolutionaries worldwide, not just in Casey's 5 occupied countries, but also in South Africa, Chile, South Korea, the Philippines, and Poland. Unlike Casey or Reagan, Schultz differentiated among struggles. The nature and extent of our support, whether moral support or something more necessarily, varies from case to case, he told the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco on February 22. Wherever possible, the path to freedom, human rights, and the rule of law should be through peaceful and political means. In Nicaragua, the U.S. policy aim was to change Sandinista behavior along the lines of Enders's 4 goals: removal of Soviet bloc personnel, a reduction in Nicaraguan armed forces, a halt to Sandinista support for foreign insurgencies, and a political opening that would allow for the participation of Nicaraguan opposition, armed and unarmed. Schultz went out of his way to leave open the possibility for a negotiated solution. Whether it is achieved through the multilateral Contadora negotiations, through unilateral actions taken by the Sandinistas alone or in concert with their domestic opponents, or through the collapse of the Sandinista regime is immaterial to us, he said. Schultz's policy statement, which might have attracted bipartisan support for administration programs, had only a brief life. 4 other developments, helped along by rightists at the NSC and the speech writers, all but foreclosed a peaceful resolution in Nicaragua. Reagan's rhetoric became increasingly strident, thanks in part to the talents of Patrick Buchanan, a conservative who had joined the staff as Director of Communications. It was also a heady time for North. I helped write some of the innumerable speeches Reagan made about Nicaragua, North later recalled. Elliott confirmed this was the case. We were in constant contact with Ali and Constantine Menges. We relied on them constantly for our information. Under Reagan's loose structure, the Marine lieutenant colonel in effect could draft the guidelines for the policy he would so vigorously implement. 11 In February, Reagan stated as his goal to remove the Sandinista government in the sense of its present structure, in which it is a communist, totalitarian state and not a government chosen by the people. If the Sandinistas would say uncle and invite the Contras into the government, their removal would not be necessary. In March, the president said the Contras were the moral equivalent of our founding fathers and the brave men and women of the French resistance. And in April, he announced as U.S. policy the demand of opposition figures that the Sandinistas dissolve their constituent assembly, call new elections, and hold a dialogue with the armed internal opposition. The toughened terms trace in part to backstage maneuvers by North and associates and in part to the Sandinistas' own ineptitude. The Sandinistas had treated Cruz and others in the internal opposition with disdain since November, and North skillfully exploited this for domestic political purposes. 10 days after the election, Cruz had publicly criticized U.S. military pressures during the MIGS crisis, called Daniel Ortega's faction the most moderate in the Sandinista leadership, and urged Washington to give Ortega a period of grace so he could work for national reconciliation. But the Sandinistas were not into politics. Heavy censorship of La Prensa resumed, opposition leaders could not obtain exit visas to travel abroad, and the Sandinistas scuttled a national dialogue in late November by demanding that the opposition first sign a statement condemning U.S. aggression. Cruz began to shift. On January 3, Cruz joined Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, editor of La Prensa, and did an about-face, endorsing U.S. aid to the Contras. This was a welcome development in Washington, where North and others were in a panic over the abysmal legislative prospects for Contra aid, according to FDN sources. Building on Cruz's change. Rhetoric and reality. 275. Of heart, North began working with Arturo Jr. on a project to broaden the political leadership. Although formerly married to a Cuban and known for his ties with the Cuban embassy in Washington, Arturo said he was a frequent visitor to North's office, charmed him as he charmed me, and began dating his comely secretary, Fawn Hall. Late that month, North brought Cruz Sr. and Calero together to produce a combination peace initiative and unity statement. The final drafting was done in North's Miami hotel room on January 29 and 30, and the Marine Lieutenant Colonel took credit as co-author. Alan Fears, who had succeeded Claridge at the CIA, also claimed a major role. Cruz Jr., who was not present, asserted he was the principal drafter. Cruz Sr., who was, said North's claim to co-authorship was a lot of bullshit. Whoever was responsible, North portrayed the resulting document as an elaborate deception. The only reason Calero agreed to sign was because the criteria established for the Sandinistas were, he knew, impossible for them to meet. He personally wrote several of the democratization provisions, North later confided to McFarlane. As for demonstrating the unity of the external opposition, North told his boss that all participants saw the goal as to convince the U.S. Congress that the opposition was led by reasonable men. He noted that Calero had felt uncomfortable working with Cruz and Robelo, who had been on the Sandinista junta when his property was expropriated, and has only cooperated in the unity effort because he trusts North and McFarlane. The agreement became but another prop in North's efforts to renew Contra funding. Despite its disputed origins and disingenuous goals, McFarlane thought the document had been an extremely solid platform and peace proposal for which he credited the enormous diplomacy of Col. North 13. On March 1 in San Jose, Costa Rica, Cruz, Calero, and Robelo signed the document on national dialogue of the Nicaraguan resistance. It described the November 4, 1984, election as a farce, referred to Ortega's new government as an imposed interim regime, and demanded the dissolution of the National Constituent Assembly and the calling of new national elections, all positions sure to be rejected. It also revived the Coordinador's demands of December 1983, in effect calling for a new constitution, and called for a church-mediated dialogue with the armed opposition and a ceasefire in place. 2 days later, the State Department distributed the statement in Washington. 1 month later, Reagan publicly embraced this position as U.S. policy. As powerful individuals worked to block reconciliation with the Sandinistas, some major agencies of government endeavored to preserve an alternative option, a policy of containment. The uniformed military leadership agreed with the State Department that walking away from Central America was irresponsible, that overthrow of the Sandinistas by the Contras was unlikely, and that intervention by the United States was undesirable. Following the suspension of Manzanillo, State and the staff of the Joint Chiefs put a good deal of energy and thought into Contadora. They drafted language and urged verification procedures which, if incorporated in a revised act, would address U.S. security concerns and those of allies but leave the Sandinista government in place. It was a long shot, but there was a glimmer of hope that a deal would come off. Paul Gorman summed up the Joint Chiefs' attitude toward Nicaragua. "I don't see any immediate prospect that these guys in blue suits in the hills are going to march into Managua. I think that therefore the answer lies in some kind of pressures and diplomacy. I believe the formulae we have been reaching for in Contadora are an adequate basis of proceeding. They're the only kind of basis that I think realistically people in the region would live with. 14. Underlying this analysis was also a desire to avoid the other option, direct intervention, which according to most experts would be an enormously costly enterprise. A study by the Rand Corporation, a California think tank with close Pentagon ties, estimated that 100,000 or more U.S. combat troops would be required and nearly all the available U.S. strategic reserve forces, and asserted the task could bog the United States down in a prolonged military occupation and counterinsurgency campaign. Asterisk. Military logic drove the armed services leadership to view Contadora as the best available option. Ideology drove those on the hard right to avert a negotiated solution. Many conservatives also opposed intervention, but they discounted the chief's thinking as reflections of the Vietnam syndrome. Casey, in a May 1985 speech, dismissed the Contadora talks on the grounds that communists cannot be trusted. He declared the only solution in Nicaragua to be a change of regime, but he did not specify the means. There are some who will be content with an agreement that the Nicaraguans will now forego further aggression. Our experience in Korea and Indochina provides some lessons on the value of agreements with communist governments. We believe the Sandinistas' main objectives in regional negotiations are to buy time to further consolidate the regime, he said. History and the record and purposes of Marxist-Leninist regimes in general and the Sandinistas in particular lead us to believe that unless Nicaragua has implemented a genuine democracy as required by the Organization of American States, such assurances could not be adequately verified and would not be complied with. 16. Winning government-wide acceptance of positions in support of Contadora was difficult, and North and Casey were not the only ones to present problems. Motley had tried to recreate the centralized decision-making method that he had used with mixed results in the harbor mining in 1983, although with a slightly different cast of characters. On one occasion early in 1985 he had convinced Schultz to approach Weinberger, Casey, and Vesey and ask each to appoint a representative to thrash out a deal in their name. Motley, Ickel, Morrow, and the CIA representative spent 2.5 hours in a conference room and emerged with agreement on the guidelines for a Contadora treaty. A few hours later, Weinberger vetoed the deal. Apparently Ickel had changed his mind. Schultz threw up his hands, said a source close to Motley. The other major obstacle to progress in the Contadora forum was the Sandinistas. They had allowed Contadora to grind to a halt at the end of 1984 over an incident almost unrelated to the larger issues of war and peace in Central America, the case of José Manuel Urbina Lara, a 23-year-old Nicaraguan draft dodger who sought political asylum in the Costa Rican embassy and was later arrested. Although President Daniel Ortega indicated he wanted Urbina released, Interior Minister Tomás Borga refused. Costa Rica, Honduras, and El Salvador boycotted all sessions of Contadora until the Sandinistas finally released him in March 1985. Instead, 4 months after the U.S. negotiators left Manzanillo in January 1985, Sandinista diplomacy focused on reviving the bilateral forum until it became clear that the Reagan administration was adamantly against it. Finally, and most fundamentally, the Sandinistas had thrown their energies into achieving a military solution to what they saw first and foremost as a military challenge. Joaquín Cuadrolacayo, the Sandinista Army Chief of Staff, summed it up in January 1985. The strategic defeat of the Contras would be possible by the end of the year, he said. He defined defeat as forcing them out of the area around Jinotega and back to the border. Militarily, it was a sound approach that could be accomplished with the help of training, reorganization, and new equipment. Politically, it left much to be desired. The Sandinistas were ignoring the most important lesson of Vietnam, which was that the war would be won or lost not on the battlefield but in the halls of Congress in Washington. Other tendencies within the Sandinista government supported a Contadora Accord, with the encouragement of Fidel Castro. Castro really was pushing the Nicaraguans quite strongly to reach a Contadora agreement, according to Schlotterman. At Ortega's inauguration in January, he did a real number on the Contadora foreign ministers. He convinced them he was being helpful. In a way he was. His principal interest was to prevent another Grenada, to assure above all else the survival of the Nicaraguan revolution. According to one minister, Castro said Cuba is absolutely ready to help the process and to take any action in this direction, including withdrawing every advisor in Nicaragua, no matter what the designation 18. Contadora was also changing. Having yielded to the pressure of Mexico and Colombia for a quick solution in September 1984, it now began to bend to demands from a different quarter. Responding to criticisms by the United States and its allies, the ministers began revising their document. Canada, which had had extensive experience in sending out peacekeeping forces, offered to advise on verification and monitoring. Contadora resumed its sessions on April 11 to 12, 1985, and briefly made genuine progress when Tinoco agreed that verification could be overseen by an international inspection corps. This resolved a major issue, leaving only the question of who would comprise the corps. The document was moving in a direction that U.S. military and diplomatic professionals viewed as solid. Two sets of developments intervened. One was that Castro stopped playing a supportive role. The reason was that in mid-May, the Reagan administration started up Radio Marti, beaming news about Cuba to Cuba, and Castro was infuriated. The other was a string of actions in Washington, including Reagan's April 4 endorsement of opposition demands that the Sandinistas hold new elections, the imposition of a trade embargo on Nicaragua on May 1, and the forceful and eventually successful drive to restore funding to the insurgency on June 12. In May, Tinoco backed away from the verification agreement of the pre-ES month. And after the House approved the $27 million contra aid in June, Tinoco walked out of the talks, insisting that Contadora deal before anything else with the growing war on Nicaragua's doorstep. In the meantime, the Sandinistas launched a major attack against the last strongholds of the Southern Front on the Costa Rican border. 2 Costa Rican CI/IL guardsmen were killed and 9 wounded in the offensive, in which Sandinista troops may have crossed into Costa Rica. The OAS sent out a fact-finding delegation consisting of officials from the Contadora countries, but Contadora as a diplomatic process had become irrelevant. The result of these events in the first part of 19S5 was that Contadora lost the initiative it had briefly regained. Although Contadora fingered around a good deal longer, 19S5 was the year it ran out of steam. With it went the alternative of a negotiated containment arrangement at current arms levels. The payoff of confrontation. As we have seen, the aim of those who had Reagan's ear that year was not to DISE a workable scheme for containing Nicaragua, but to resume aid to the Contras through an all-out battle with Congress. State Department professionals had resisted the idea of a battle over Contra aid altogether. As a result, they were hardly involved in the planning phases. Indeed, Motley and Johnstone tried to get a discussion going in the State Department about the possibility of life in Central America policy after the Contras. But conservatives recoiled even at contingency planning and took aim at both of them. Motley also got in trouble for not being /vigorous enough in congressional testimony about the paramount importance of restoring Contra aid. Behind the scenes, meanwhile, K-Safe, North, and Buchanan, emboldened by the influx of Saudi funds for the Contras, were busy. Rhetoric and Reality 281. Orchestrating a campaign to propel Reagan into a confrontation with Congress. In a letter to Chief of Staff Donald Reagan, Casey said it was crucial that we move quickly and strongly. North the same day asked McFarland to request Reagan to seek a presidential decision within 48 hours. Attached to his March 20 memo was the outline of a 10-week public relations extravaganza he had worked up with Buchanan *. North SPR plan laid out more than 90 events, many of them already underway, including military operations and political action. Time to influence the vote. There were sabotage attacks against Sandinista targets by British mercenaries, a $2 million advertising program by unnamed conservative groups, TV interviews by Cruz, Calero, and Robello, op-ed pieces by friendly Democrats such as Zbigniew Brzezinski, congressional appearances by Sandinista atrocity victims, a news conference with articulate freedom fighters with proven combat records, and a presidential speech in Miami's Orange Bowl that North promised to help draft. The next day, March 21, Casey tried to force the issue by telling McFarlane the administration should not be content to seek non-lethal aid. McFarlane knew from his preliminary soundings that Congress would vote down lethal aid and referred the question to Reagan. In the face of conflicting advice, Reagan put off his decision. But he agreed, according to North, to base his judgment on the effects of a major PR campaign waged by outside entities, an apparent reference to the campaign being waged by North himself. Reporters that spring found themselves covering a series of bizarre events. It was only with the release of White House memos 2 years later during the Iran-Contra hearings that the aim of the campaign became clear. The target never had been the general public, the news media, or Congress. The audience that mattered to North and Casey was Ronald Reagan himself, and he was impressed. 19 Under terms of the October 1984 postponement of the aid vote, Reagan could request $14 million in military aid in an expedited procedure that, circumventing committee hearings, had to be approved by both houses. Senator Dave Durenberger had said his committee, the Select Committee on Intelligence, wanted no part of it. Dante Fascell, the Florida Democrat who headed the House Foreign Affairs Committee, wrote Reagan suggesting a 60-day delay. On April 3, House Minority Leader Robert Michel of Illinois told Reagan the plan was dead in the water. That night, on the eve of the congressional Easter recess, Reagan formally asked Congress to renew the paramilitary aid. The plan justifying the aid, drafted in the White House, was still undergoing revisions as states sent out the cables to inform foreign leaders of its contents. The White House chose a visit by Colombian President Betancur, a key figure in the Contadora process, to unveil what was billed as Reagan's peace initiative. It was built on the last and definitive summons contained in the document on national dialogue which Cruz, Calero, and Robello had signed on March 1. Under their ultimatum, if the Sandinistas did not begin a dialogue with the Contras by March 20, and make progress toward agreement on a ceasefire and the holding of new national elections by April 20, the dialogue will be definitely suspended by the Nicaraguan resistance, thereby terminating the possibilities for a peaceful resolution of the national crisis. Reagan embraced this plan as U.S. policy but extended the first deadline until June 1. If the Sandinistas began the dialogue by that day, he would use the $14 million only for food, clothing, and medicine. If no agreement was reached, the funds would be released for arms and ammunition. The State Department was unsure about whether Reagan's final time limit was 60 or 120 days after he made the offer, the basis on which he would judge whether to resume military aid, and the exact goals in the talks. Schultz briefed Betancur on it for about 10 minutes, stressing the positive aspects. Betancur asked no questions. Appearing on the White House South Lawn with Reagan a few hours later, Betancur treated the plan as a positive development. But 10 days later he said that he had not realized Reagan's plan implied resumption of military aid, and that this made it no longer a peace proposal but a preparation for war. Durenberger denounced the peace plan as a box of candy with a razor blade inside. House Speaker Thomas P. O'Neill called it a dirty trick that Congress would reject. The Sandinistas dismissed it as a public relations maneuver. "You drop dead, or I will kill you," was how Descoto paraphrased its real meaning. The reaction in the democratic governments of Latin America was astonishment. A top Venezuelan official commented that the administration had encouraged Cruz and other opposition leaders to boycott the electoral process, but the opposition had nevertheless won a good share of the seats. Then the United States asked for new elections, which has no precedent in any country. You cannot ask a country to do what you want it to any day. 21. Tony Motley had long been looking forward to a vacation, and shortly after Betancur left he drove his family to Lorton, Virginia, boarded the auto train, and departed Washington for Florida for 10 days. He was away during the final planning phase of the public relations campaign for Contra aid. At the end of April, he resigned. By the time Reagan kicked off the public campaign, his peace initiative for all intents had been laid to rest. Speaking at a fundraising dinner on April 15, the president made only a passing reference to it. The emotional speech was largely composed at the White House by Buchanan with little input from one State Department official described the scene at the final drafting. At the White House War Room, they have a wang that projects onto a screen. People sit around and shout out corrections. In the speech, Reagan accused the Sandinistas of institutionalized cruelty that is the natural expression of a communist government, a cruelty that flows naturally from the heart of totalitarianism. He accused them of atrocities, massacres, and setting up concentration camps. The next day Reagan claimed a new celebrity endorsement. Pope John Paul II had been supportive of all our activities in Central America, he said. When questioned by reporters if this included promoting the Contras, he said, "I'm not going into detail, but all our activities." The Vatican replied that its policy excluded the possibility of support or endorsement of any concrete plan dealing, in particular, with military aspects. Confrontation is a two-way street. O'Neill moved up the date of the House vote to coincide with the Senate's. This forced the White House to divide its lobbying efforts. Reagan denounced the move as immoral. Meanwhile, the speechwriters were running out of rhetoric. What Reagan had called one of the greatest moral challenges in post-war history was headed for defeat. So on April 18, the president formally discarded the peace initiative and asked for funds for food, medicine, and clothing only. But he kept up the attack on House Democrats, who had in the meantime unveiled an alternative plan to provide $14 million in aid to the region, to refugees, and to wind down the Contra war. Reagan denounced this as a shameful surrender. This was the context in which Senator Robert Byrd, the minority leader, initiated bipartisan talks at the White House on April 22, the day before the vote, to try to draft a new bill that Democrats could support. Byrd, a skilled legislator, brought together Northern liberals like Christopher Dodd of Connecticut, who openly opposed any form of Contra aid, and Southern conservatives like Bennett Johnston of Louisiana, who was committed to backing almost any form. The talks were held around a long oval table in the White House Cabinet Room with McFarlane representing the administration and 7 senators from each party representing the Senate. The Democrats had agreed among themselves that the price for supporting an aid package was to reopen direct U.S.-Nicaragua negotiations and close down the CIA as the aid conduit. On the other side, though not physically present, was William Casey. Casey was involved the whole way through, said a senior aide to Robert Dole of Kansas, the Senate Majority Leader. McFarlane, who acted as mediator, summed up Casey's attitude. Casey felt Congress had thrown down the gauntlet and that any hostility to his program was motivated by partisan politics. Others might have viewed the analysis as self-serving, but Casey was a person of enormous conviction and confidence in what he believed in. For him, there simply wasn't going to be any possibility of bipartisanship and promoting it was a waste of time, McFarlane said. Point 24 The CIA chief insisted that there be only one meeting with the Sandinistas to encourage and discuss modalities of a ceasefire and direct contacts between the Sandinistas and the Contras. Schultz and Richard Lugar of Indiana, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, were both out of town that day, so there was no effective counterweight to Casey. The talks failed, and with them the chances for forging a long-term bipartisan policy on Nicaragua. The administration now had to scramble to get a majority in the Republican-controlled chamber. In a last-ditch move, McFarlane brought over the draft of a policy letter that Reagan would sign and send to Dole. Point 25 Prepared by Casey, it contained neither concession sought by the Democrats. Schultz and McFarlane set up shop in Dole's office just off the Senate floor, and all afternoon conservative Democrats and swing-vote Republicans trooped in and out, adding language to the letter that would ensure their support. Foreign policy was being formulated one vote at a time. Lloyd Bentsen, a Texas Democrat, felt that the administration should exhaust non-military means before exerting military pressure and asked for strong language about economic sanctions against Nicaragua. It was added. Sam Nunn, a Georgia Democrat, was concerned about human rights abuses. Reagan promised to urge the Contras to take steps to investigate allegations of such acts and take appropriate actions against those found to be 286 guilty. When the page was illegible, staff would produce a new printed version. Manzanillo was the toughest thing to negotiate into the letter. Having terminated those talks, they didn't want to resume them, Dole's aide said. It came down to Casey. Casey didn't want to go the negotiating route. He has very strong feelings about the whole thing, partly because it's his program, said a high-ranking U.S. diplomat. Had there been 20 or 30 Democratic votes, a pledge to undertake direct negotiations might have been possible, but once it became clear the administration could get 51 or 52 votes without Manzanillo, weak language was used instead. About an hour before the vote, Reagan signed a letter agreeing to resume talks, but only for the purposes stipulated by Casey. Thus, the possibility of gaining broad bipartisan support for the policy was discarded largely because Casey, as the cabinet's leading Contra supporter, did not want the Manzanillo talks to resume. It was an example of consensus decision-making, American style. Casey played the role that Borga had exercised within the Sandinista Directorate. He cast the veto. I intend to resume bilateral talks with the government of Nicaragua and will instruct our representatives in those talks to press for a ceasefire as well as a church-mediated dialogue between the contending Nicaraguan factions, the letter said. This was not the same as direct talks to resolve the differences. Byrd told Dole that Democrats were being asked to endorse a Gulf of Tonkin resolution with assurances contained in a non-binding letter. He voted against the bill. But, for wavering Republicans, the letter came just in time, and the Senate voted 53 to 46 in favor, the closest margin for this issue in the Senate. An hour later, the House defeated the plan 248 to 180, the widest margin on the issue to that date. On April 24, it narrowly adopted a Democratic move to give $14 million in aid to the region, and narrowly rejected a Republican plan to provide $14 million in non-lethal aid. Then House liberals and administration loyalists combined forces to scuttle the entire bill. On April 25, Reagan decided informally that the letter was no longer operative. Angered by the rebuff. In Congress, Reagan called an urgent policy review, then ordered a trade embargo and abrogation of the 287 U.S. Nicaraguan Treaty of Friendship. Under terms of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, Reagan declared a national emergency and stated that Nicaragua posed an unusual and extraordinary threat to the United States. Clearly, that language had lost all meaning. It came so fast that all we had was a paper trail, said one State Department official of the decision. Every good reason for not imposing a trade embargo was well known. U.S. officials had warned that the impact on the economy would be limited and could be made up through aid from other Western countries. As a punitive measure, they added, the embargo would become an issue in itself instead of focusing attention on Sandinista political behavior. Finally, it would give the Sandinistas an alibi for their economic mismanagement. All these prophecies came true but were irrelevant, for the decision was purely political in nature. Reagan's announcement of the embargo on May 1, 1985, as he landed in Bonn for an economic summit, combined abysmal timing with inadequate preparation. No advance effort had been made to win support of other countries. Only Salvadoran President José Napoleón Duarte later endorsed the decision. The European allies and Canada bought much of the $53 million worth of bananas, coffee, beef, and shellfish that would have been exported to the United States, and countries throughout the region scrambled to make up the $115 million in lost U.S. exports. This was yet another signal to the internal opposition that their economic survival was not a priority for the United States. the embargo did not do anything to Nicaragua. It was an internal political maneuver by Reagan, said Enrique Bolaños, head of COSEP. Politically it is a blessing for the Sandinistas. They have a scapegoat and can holler to the world foul. And the world listens. I don't think the United States had to do it. It was a mistake. 27. In the context, it may seem remarkable that 7 weeks later the House did an about-face and voted $27 million in non-lethal aid for 288. The Contras. The shift resulted from a combination of factors. The Democrats quickly found themselves in a triple embarrassment. The House leadership, after agreeing on the need for a positive alternative, had lost control when the House unexpectedly voted down every option on April 24. Second, as the House was voting down the alternatives, Daniel Ortega announced that he was about to travel to Moscow, giving no specific reason. That would not have mattered so much had he made some conciliatory gesture along the lines he had discussed with visiting members of Congress in mid-April. Ortega had promised that if Congress defeated the aid bill he would feel morally obligated to make political concessions such as easing press censorship and resuming a national dialogue with government critics. In the event, he did little beyond expelling 100 Cuban advisors after sustaining its worst foreign policy setback in more than 4 years in office. The administration could not have been happier with this turn of events. Reagan had portrayed the Sandinistas as pawns of Moscow, and by traveling at this moment without making any conciliatory gesture, Ortega made the vision seem true. Indeed, according to Otto Reich, the administration knew of Ortega's trip to Moscow a full week before the vote in Congress. 29 The trip was hurriedly arranged, the timing unfortunate, and the cause so embarrassing politically to the Sandinistas that they were reluctant to acknowledge it. Their closest non-communist ally and principal oil supplier, Mexico, had informed them that their credit had run out and they would have to obtain oil elsewhere. It was a strategic matter. We simply didn't have oil, a Nicaraguan diplomat in Mexico City said. Ortega had to conclude an agreement very formally and at the highest levels to avoid the risk of a U.S. naval blockade that would block the supply of oil. We knew there was a price to it. 30. The price was the U.S. Congress. State Department officials observed that almost no one had spoken up for the Sandinistas during the April debate and felt victory was possible if the administration produced the right package. In early May, as the Ortega trip continued to command headlines, Lee Hamilton, chairman of the House Select Committee on Intelligence, predicted the House would reverse itself on whether the CIA could provide intelligence support to the Contras. This had been the hidden agenda in the votes on April 23 and 24. The Senate agreed to lift the restrictions, but the House explicitly supported the ban. The defeated Republican alternative would have omitted this provision. What helped end the confusion at both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue was the beginnings of a dialogue. Casey and others favoring confrontation had shot their bolt in April, and McFarlane, with the help of North, now took charge. The House Democratic leadership, undercut by the combination of liberal Democrats and pro-Reagan conservatives, had failed to achieve the compromise it sought. Representative Dave McCurdy, a third-term Oklahoma Democrat who served on both the Intelligence and Armed Services Committees, was moderately conservative and also Spanish-speaking. M.C. Curdy had made Central America his specialty and his views carried weight among a bloc of 30 to 40 centrists. He regularly voted for aid to the government of El Salvador and against aid to the Contras. For advice, he turned to 3 Democrats who had abandoned the liberal viewpoint: Bruce Cameron, Robert Lycan, and Bernard Aronson, a speechwriter in the Carter White House. Cameron suggested the figure of $28 million in non-lethal aid in exchange for a letter from Reagan committing himself not to overthrow the Sandinistas. Cameron drafted the letter, McCurdy agreed to it, North got it approved and signed. McCurdy stopped short of demanding a return to Manzanillo because his advisors and members of his coalition were divided on the merits of requiring negotiations of an administration that was dead set against them. but he won from Reagan what he thought was a commitment to a peaceful resolution of the conflict. 31 Reagan wrote on June 11 that he was determined to pursue political, not military solutions in Central America, and that he did not seek the overthrow of the Nicaraguan government, nor did he desire to put in its place a government based on the supporters of the old Somoza regime. He did not directly promise a return to Manzanillo, but said it was possible that in the proper circumstances, such discussions could help promote the internal reconciliation called for by Contadora and endorsed by many Latin American leaders. Therefore, I intend to instruct our special ambassador to consult with the governments of Central America, the Contadora countries, other democratic governments and the unified Nicaraguan opposition as to how and when the U.S. could resume useful direct talks with Nicaragua. He added that the talks could resume only when I determined that such a meeting would be helpful in promoting a church-mediated dialogue between the contending factions and the achievement of a workable Contadora agreement. McCurdy thought he had a sufficient commitment by Reagan to back the aid package. He brought his bloc with him. On June 6 the Senate approved $38 million in non-military aid, 55-42. And on June 12 the House voted by a wide margin, 24-184, $27 million in so-called humanitarian aid. In conference, both houses agreed on $27 million. Then, at the end of August, Reagan backed away from Manzanillo once again. In a letter to McCurdy he said that Schlotterman had found that while the Contadora countries generally favor a resumption of the U.S.-Nicaraguan talks, a different view is held by Nicaragua's neighbors. This was true, but it was also a convenient excuse. Clearly, the United States alone was the country that could end this catch-22 if it wanted a negotiated solution. With the approval of non-lethal aid, Reagan had won the short-term legislative contest while failing to resolve any of the fundamental questions. The margins of victory were sizable but as volatile as the political atmosphere. In the meantime, an opportunity had been lost to craft a bipartisan policy that could be sustained and avert continued battles on Capitol Hill. The level of discourse descended as the administration succeeded in framing the debate in ad hominem terms of good guys and bad guys and demanded that Congress choose sides. Such an approach is part and parcel of domestic politics, but is fraught with dangers when applied to foreign policy. Writ large, the United States would be at war with half the world, for there are not that many good guys out there and many places where it is hard to tell the good and bad apart. The means approved by Congress corresponded to the fundamental contradiction in Reagan's Nicaragua policy. Humanitarian or, more accurately, non-lethal supplies could keep the Contras alive but not fighting. In fact, most of the $32 million from Saudi Arabia went toward arms purchases, and the stockpile served the FDN well into 1987. But U.S. involvement remained at arm's length. 33 The final legislation permitted the CIA to share intelligence with the Contras but not to be involved in dispensing aid. The Pentagon was excluded altogether. Yet it was widely agreed that the Contras needed U.S. training and advice to improve their tactics and strategy if they were to become a threat to the Sandinistas. A new organization, the Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office, was created at the State Department to dispense the aid, and by late 1985 funds began to flow. But even as they acquired their new resources, McFarlane and North took a grave risk by misleading Congress about North's role during the time U.S. government aid was barred. The New York Times reported on August 8 that North was running the Contra program and guiding FDN military and fundraising activities. The House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Latin America led by Michael Barnes and the House Select Committee on Intelligence headed by Lee Hamilton asked for explanations. McFarlane cleverly deflected Barnes by offering to show him documents without staff present, which Barnes turned down. He deliberately misled Hamilton. None of us has solicited funds, facilitated contacts for prospective potential donors or otherwise organized or coordinated the military or paramilitary efforts of the resistance, McFarlane wrote Hamilton. Nicaragua was not the only policy area where the White House, working closely with Casey, spun a web of deceit to exclude the State Department, Congress, and the public at large from a major policy decision. That same month, August 1985, Reagan shipped arms to Iran in hopes of securing freedom for U.S. hostages in Beirut. Like the Nicaragua policy, the decision was based on a highly controversial analysis pushed by Casey. Shultz and Weinberger strongly opposed the move, and Reagan refused to decide in their presence. So McFarlane went to him privately and secured authority to tell Israel to send TOW anti-tank missiles, which the United States later would replenish. This had been a busy summer in the White House, and at the end of the battle over Contra aid, it was unclear which group could claim credit for turning the House around the confrontationists, who helped create a volatile atmosphere conducive to reversal, or the accommodationists, who brought about the actual deal. As a result, there was no serious effort to preserve the coalition in the year ahead, and 1986 saw a replay of the contest, although for higher stakes, $100 million and military aid. This time, McCurdy was on the other side. Springtime for zealots. In the meantime, there had been a wholesale turnover in the administration team dealing with Central America. General Paul Gorman had departed from the U.S. Southern Command in March 1985 for reasons that were not made clear at the time or since. Gene Kirkpatrick left the United Nations in April to be replaced by Vernon Walters. Konstantin Menges remained at the NSC, but his involvement in the 1984 elections, and in particular his reported encouragement of Curtin Windsor, had given Motley a lever which he readily used to marginalize him by excluding him from interagency meetings. Menges stayed on at the NSC handling public diplomacy until mid-1986, when he resigned under pressure. John Negroponte left Honduras at the end of May 1985, and was replaced by John Furch, a career officer who had headed the U.S. Interest Section in Havana. At the State Department, Tony Motley resigned effective July 3 to pursue business interests. Motley's problems had begun with his appointment in 1983, when he attempted to consolidate his authority. This meant getting rid of rival power centers. Some thought he was on the skids from the time he went to Managua in December 1983 and told the Sandinistas that Richard Stone was a front man and not the U.S. negotiator. That was unique in the annals of bureaucratic backstabbing, commented Otto Reich. At a hearing in late winter 1985 before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Motley, according to his critics, was not supporting the president on the Contras. Motley's efforts to replace Curtin Windsor and other conservative political appointees in Central America late in 1984 weakened his base of support in the White House, as did the departure of 294. Richard Darman, a presidential assistant and Motley ally, who went with Chief of Staff James Baker to the Treasury Department in January 1985. Officially, Motley resigned, but there are indications he was pushed. One such indication is that Nestor Sanchez, the Pentagon's chief civilian point man on Central American issues, began criticizing Motley to other State Department officials. Nestor said that Motley had been taken over by the career types and was totally under their control, said one diplomat. I knew it was the end to Motley. By career types, Sanchez was referring to John Stone, this diplomat said. Motley was replaced in July 1985 by Elliott Abrams, a young neoconservative Democrat who already had held two top State Department posts, Assistant Secretary for International Organizations and then Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs. Abrams, a veteran Hill staffer with little background in Central America, took up the public relations challenge with the intensity of a zealot. A very ambitious man who knew what the White House wanted to hear, Abrams ruled out negotiations on anything short of changing the Nicaraguan system. Instead, he became a supporting player in schemes to provide aid to the rebels, first as directed by law, and then, when Congress balked in mid-1986, soliciting third countries for funds through a loophole in the law. Craig John Stone that same month was named ambassador to Algeria and was replaced by William Walker, a career officer who had been deputy chief of mission in Honduras and Bolivia. Shultz had asked John Stone to take over the embassy in El Salvador, but John Stone declined. McFarlane then suggested that John Stone replace Negroponte in Honduras, but when the idea surfaced in the Evans and Novak column, conservatives quickly wrestled it to the ground. Finally Schultz, who had developed some sizable business deals with Algeria in his previous position as head of Bechtel Corporation, proposed to send him there. No one objected. 35 Last but not least, Robert McFarlane quit the White House in early December, overwhelmed by the job, the pressures, and the backstabbing. McFarlane had been the broker among the various independent power centers who deeply distrusted and did their best to thwart each other. As ideologues and zealots threw their weight around, McFarlane presided. In the circumstances, the straight-arrow ex-Marine had amassed a remarkable record of double-dealing. He had misled Schultz about Contra fundraising and Iran. Rhetoric and reality. 295. Policy, Casey about Schultz's negotiations, and Congress about North's war efforts. He had been steamrollered by Casey, who wanted a confrontation with Congress, only to save the program through old-fashioned give and take. None of this was known at the time to the public, the Congress, or, apparently, to the principals. The wave of personnel shifts raised questions among Central American governments about the direction and sustainability of U.S. policy in Nicaragua, but the implications did not become clear until early 1986. The State Department team that had sought to test whether a settlement was possible with the Sandinistas was gone, and no one who remained behind would try that again. Meanwhile, there were plenty more within the administration to replace Kirkpatrick and Negroponte, who had fought for the Contra program in Washington and facilitated it on the ground respectively. The upshot of the changes, in other words, was that U.S. policy would become monodimensional. In October 1985, Harry Schlotterman briefly resumed the Nicaragua contacts in Washington, but only to demand that the Sandinistas negotiate with the Contras. The talks led nowhere. The Contadora IV had proposed a new treaty draft that September and Nicaragua formally rejected it in November. Contadora went into a tailspin. Until mid-1986 when, on the eve of another vote, the four produced a new draft which all sides rejected. For the leaders of Contadora, who still hoped for a peaceful settlement, these were grim times indeed. What has happened is that you are introducing either from one side or the other elements which are foreign to the whole process and which disrupt the process in itself, said President Betancur of Colombia. It would seem that every single morning either those on one side or those on another look at a list of what mistakes haven't still been made. And they decide to choose one of them. Contadora is breathing its last breaths, said a foreign ministry official in Managua late in June 1985. Contadora really said nothing about the embargo or the further funding of the Contras. There is no protection for Nicaragua in Contadora. Indeed, for a grouping that produced endless statements, Contadora's silence was remarkable. If ever there had been a time for an even-handed joint statement condemning U.S. aid to the Contras, the embargo, and the Ortega trip, this was it. Yet Contadora had said nothing. The reason is that they made decisions by consensus, and Mexico refused to go along. Embarrassment was a factor. It was Mexico's fault that Ortega had to go. So it would have been exaggerated for the Mexicans to criticize Ortega, noted a leading Mexican diplomatic reporter. 36 Sometimes I feel Central America is a Greek tragedy, said a Costa Rican official. Everyone knows the end, but everyone is playing his role to fulfill the prophecy. A very important part of the ideology of those in power in Nicaragua is a willingness to die to promote the revolution. Rationally, Nicaragua should have stayed in Contadora, he said, because it was the only security umbrella they can get. The only way they can stop the U.S. administration from funding the Contras is signing an agreement. The revised treaty would impose very hard decisions on Nicaragua. Are they willing to pay the price and stay in power? Or will they fulfill the prophecy and die promoting revolution in Central America? 37. In September 1985, the Contadora Group presented a revised treaty representing a compromise between its own draft of September 7, 1984, and the objections raised by Costa Rica, Honduras, and El Salvador. In November, Daniel Ortega rejected the treaty and said Nicaragua would not begin talks on arms reductions until the United States ceased support for the Contras. Rhetoric and Reality 297. The stagnation of peace efforts was of no concern in the administration, where Casey and North in the course of 1985 had effectively taken control of formulating policy for Nicaragua. But much had changed in Washington as a result. In place of the traditional policy process in which the State Department seeks to accommodate presidential goals to domestic political reality and the real world, the two activists had opted for ever more strident presidential rhetoric and a stance of confrontation with Congress to back their program in order to avoid a negotiated solution. It was a high-risk method of governance for Reagan to allow them to ignore the views of experts and to hide their schemes from the rest of the executive branch and Congress. If they achieved the goal they set for him of overthrowing the Sandinistas, they could get away with it, but no one except possibly Reagan himself thought that likely. Reagan took an even greater risk by allowing their power grab of Nicaragua policy to become the model for the secret arms for hostage sales to Iran. McFarlane, who had facilitated both policy takeovers, saw the sidelining of the State Department on these and other foreign policy issues as a cause of lasting regret. It may have been a factor as well in his resignation. The organization of the administration for the conduct of foreign policy is, I believe, intrinsically unworkable, he said 18 months after he quit. There must be one person who is advocate, conceptual creator, implementer of foreign policy. That is the Secretary of State 38. The policy implication of these shifts was that Washington no longer would pursue a diplomatic track. In Managua, meanwhile, a combination of new arms and military reorganization and the strong rhetoric from Washington gave hardliners the excuse to reject the Contadora mediation. Thus, at the end of 1985, both the Sandinistas and Reagan were headed in the direction of a military solution. The difference was that Reagan's approach was largely rhetorical, whereas the Sandinistas were well on their way to changing the facts on the ground. 13. Point of no return. After 2 years of a relatively free run, the Contras were nearly rooted in 1985. The shift in the military balance that led to this reversal reflected differences in strategy, military structure, and sources of external support of the two sides. The setback should have raised alarm bells in Washington, but the administration, focusing on its precarious majority in Congress, pretended in public that nothing had happened. North addressed the crisis by wresting control of finances and logistics from the Contras and turning them over to his associate Richard Secord. 1. The fix was inadequate, and by the time Congress restored military aid in late 1986, the difficulties facing the Contras looked almost insurmountable. The emergence of Ejército Popular Sandinista, or Sandinista Popular Army, as an instrument capable of containing the 298. Point of no return. 299. Contras was the central event on the ground in 1985. It could not have been achieved without flexibility and imagination by the Sandinista leaders, who revamped their military structure and strategy, improved their training, command, and communications, and introduced powerful new weapons. They drew on their experience as guerrillas and their somewhat less successful counterinsurgency efforts in 1983 and 1984, but they also had to revise earlier plans built around the assumption that the United States intended to use the rebels as the trigger to an invasion. From intelligence reports, presumably from infiltrators, they had learned that Argentine officers had told the commandos that if they did certain things and took certain objectives, the United States would intervene. We know the North American government is arrogant, but they're not fools, Bayardo Arce, one of the 9 commandantes, had said. We thought this was a complementary force leading to an invasion. It was going to play the role of destroying our forces in the northern zone, where an invasion of regular forces is less likely to. The Sandinistas had planned to allow the rebels to advance into the interior. Meanwhile, they had structured their forces and organized their strategy on the assumption of an American invasion of the main population centers on the Pacific coast. We didn't have anything like a trained army, commented Luis Carrion, another of the commandantes. We fought the Contras in 1982 and 1983 on sheer numbers. Thousands of people were mobilized from all over the country to fight, but without any training. The commanding officers were not really officers. They were people from the cities without adequate training trying to fight in the bush. And that was really a mess. The chain of command was weak, as was discipline. Militias made up of semi-trained local people had to go out of their operational area, and that didn't have good results. The troops had been volunteers from all backgrounds. During one major mobilization in 1983, authorities had noted a fall in the crime rate in Managua. Criminals were among those who mobilized themselves, Carrion said, adding that this had led to human rights abuses in the field. These people would many times the hands of the peasants, treat them badly. 300. By 1983 the leadership had concluded that owing to internal U.S. politics, an intervention was not easy. Meanwhile, Carrion said, the Contras had begun making serious inroads. They were on the rise. They had reasons to be optimistic. From the military view, this, then, led to a restructuring of the Sandinista forces and the creation of irregular warfare battalions, known as BLIs, Batalón de Lucha Irregular. We decided that the type of training our people received didn't make any sense, Carrion continued. We had to change that and recall some of our own experience as guerrilla fighters. The commandantes decided that the government forces should have more physical training, intensive target practice, and training in irregular tactics such as ambushes, silent marches through the woods, reconnaissance, and camouflage. The troops were trained to operate in dispersed companies, each with a great deal of autonomy coordinated by the battalion commander. The 17 BLIs, with 700 to S00 men each, came to constitute nearly half the EPS regular force. By the start of 19S4, the Sandinistas had introduced the draft, organized the BLIs, and also weighed an agrarian reform. Through that summer, the Contras had them very much on the defensive. In 1984, we were in our best moment. Bermúdez noted. We were a large force with good experience. We had relatively good support. We were causing many casualties. The high point came around June and July. Even though aid was cut, they continued on. The basis of supplies on hand. And I felt we couldn't be in a better position than at the end of 1984. Carrion disagreed, calling 19S4 a military draw. But a draw is a bad thing for them because the only way an irregular force can have any hope to achieve its goals is if it is always advancing. They were no longer on the rise. Yet he conceded that on the psychological front Bermúdez had made important inroads among the rural population. Things were not clear for the population. They were not sure who was winning the war. 111 tell you that. For a peasant that's the most important thing to determine, who's winning the war. That's how I'm going to lean. This WTAS the context in which the Sandinista leadership convinced the Soviet Union to step up military deliveries. The first Mi-25 helicopters arrived in October 1984. What is interesting to note is that even after a run of 2 years of relative success, the Contras' military achievements were limited. 301. They were highly successful in disrupting the 1984 coffee harvest in mountainous northern Nicaragua, depriving the Sandinistas of needed foreign exchange. North of Matagalpa, government vehicles had to move in convoy because of the threat of ambush. The Contras had a support infrastructure in the border region and in other rural areas that allowed them to remain in the country. Yet the movement failed to obtain a firm toehold or to ignite the least sign of popular support in Nicaragua cities. Leaders of both sides agreed that the military balance shifted significantly in 1985, although they cite different reasons. According to Carrion, the improvement came in the Sandinista military training, strategy, and structure and their political motivation. According to Bermúdez, the FDN did not have a reliable source for supplies. Both are probably correct. According to Joaquin Cuadrolaqueo, the EPS chief of staff, there were at the beginning of 1985 10,000 Contras total, 6,000 on the northern front, of whom about 5,000 were inside Nicaragua at any time and some of whom had penetrated as far as 150 kilometers inside the border. Cuadra said the strategic defeat of the Contras would be possible by the end of the year. He defined defeat as getting them out of the Jinotega area and back to the border region. In this sense, by the end of 1985 the Contras were indeed defeated. Throughout 1985, the Sandinistas kept up pressure on the Contras in the north. They used their Mi-8 and Mi-17 helicopters to transport the BLIs to contest the Contras, laid extensive mines in the border region, intensified bombardment with long-range artillery, and relocated civilian supporters from areas where the Contras operated. The effect was to isolate those fighters remaining in the country. In mid-May, the Sandinistas had mounted a major offensive against the remnants of Pastora's Arde forces in the south by bombing airstrips and wiping out Contra camps. Operation Sovereignty led to an international incident when one Costa Rican civil guard was killed and 11 others wounded. But it achieved its desired effect as the southern front completely collapsed. Another innovation of Sandinista strategy which helped improve their fortunes in 1985 was in the non-military sphere the effort to win over the peasantry. In its earlier form as a volunteer army, the EPS had found it very difficult to keep the population on our side, Carrion said. With better preparation and training we needed less troops because we had a greater operational capacity and more effective troops. We sent some people out with a lot of money to go to the field to find out whatever damage had occurred to the property of the peasants, explain it to them, and pay them. The attitude of troops toward peasants improved, abuse problems diminished very dramatically, and we started to defeat the Contras. A second element in this effort was the agrarian reform program, under which the Sandinistas distributed land to almost 5,000 families. In 1985. That has something to do with the war also, Carrion said. The government also sent civilians or, in areas of risk, small armed groups to the countryside to talk to as many people as possible to find what they were thinking, how they were feeling, give them confidence to talk in order that we could better identify their fears, their needs and try to organize in response to that. A third element was improved methods of repressing sympathizers and supporters of the resistance. When you are trying to win the population for your side, you have to be firm and fair, Carrion said. If people think you are weak, they won't support you. They will support the one who is stronger. This is not an ideological decision. It is a survival decision. It was important in arresting anyone to make sure before you arrest him that he's clearly involved and that that involvement is known or can be made easily known for all the people. Carrion said the Interior Ministry, which he runs day to day, knew of a lot of people who collaborated with the Contras but did not arrest them. Instead, we go to them and make them know that we know. For some, collaboration is unavoidable. A group of armed men come. 303. And what are you going to do? You give them food or whatever. We understand that. We do not consider that a crime. The only thing we ask them is, let us know. The ones the Interior Ministry arrests, according to Carrion, are the activists, the one who moves around collecting information, who recruits other people, who collects money for them militant Contras. They are put on trial before people's tribunals, a system of courts set up by Interior Minister Tomasz Borga which has been very sharply criticized by U.S. human rights groups. Carrion said that the repression was not very well directed in 1983 and 1984. We did not hit who we should hit. But starting in 1985, methods had improved and the Sandinistas were operating with very good results. Asterisk. On the other hand, 1985 was Bermudez's worst year. In 1985, we didn't grow, he said. It was a bad year for us. On the contrary, many people who saw we were getting no support abandoned the movement. We diminished a bit. Yet the administration repeatedly claimed that the FDN continued to grow in size despite the lack of U.S. aid. U.S. military intelligence experts at the Southern Command in Panama said the FDN was growing by 1,000 fighters a month through mid-1985. Bermudez estimated the growth at 500. Each time a unit goes deep into Nicaragua, despite their losses, they come back with more, said one expert. A glossy U.S. document issued in June 1986 depicted a steady rise in numbers to 20,000 resistance fighters in 1985, up from 14,000 in 1984 and 7,500 in 1983. Elliot Abrams claimed that in the year without U.S. assistance, the resistance doubled in size to 18,000. The FDN, which constituted the bulk of these forces, asserted that its numbers never exceeded 15,000. 6 appearances were deceiving. Bermudez's forces did grow and then again they didn't. They grew in the sense that growth was required by political strategy. Our policy was grow, grow, grow so we can play in the policy game, Bermudez said. That was a basic strategy for the movement. Yet he also conceded the growth was only in numbers. We haven't improved our forces. We have grown. But we haven't improved. We are fighting only with rifles. North was among those who lobbied for higher numbers. In May, he asked McFarlane to approach Saudi Arabia for another $15 to $20 million, arguing that with it the FDN could more than double its troops to 35,000 or 40,000 inside 6 months. McFarlane turned him down, but North predicted that the force would grow to 30,000 anyway. 7 According to CIA and Honduran Army sources, the FDN's numbers inflation concealed a serious military weakness. From 1983, growth came largely by sending out recruiters into the villages of northern Nicaragua. Early in 1985, the Sandinistas cleared a swath along the border zones where the resistance were getting support and resettled some 180,000 peasants inland, according to the Sandinista Minister of Social Security. 8 The FDN's reaction was to haul in its support structure. Thus the numbers stayed more or less steady and ostensibly even. Grew while in fact the FDN's strength diminished. This helps account for the situation noted by one observer of guerrilla warfare that unlike most guerrilla movements, the FDN had virtually no urban or rural auxiliary support within Nicaragua. Asterisk. In building up his numbers, Bermudez had a single aim in mind. He never had conceived of the FDN as able to conquer Nicaragua and doubted its ability to capture territory at any stage. Bermudez's real aim may not have fit classic guerrilla doctrine, but it did fit a classic aim of Nicaraguan politics, to get the United States to solve the problem. Bermudez, in short, hoped to bring about a situation by mid-1986 that would constitute a point of no return, where the United States would have such a big investment politically and financially that it would be more expensive to stop it than to let it go ahead. Bermudez, however, had a problem of timing. He was convinced that Republicans would lose control of the U.S. Senate in the November 1986 elections, an astute prediction. Therefore, we are in a hurry to act, he said 1 year earlier. But in order to carry out actions that would bring the United States to the point of no return, funding had to be approved by April 1986. The stress on numbers played well in Washington, but it was a poor answer to the sort of reorganization, restructuring, and retraining that had been undertaken by the Sandinistas. McFarlane had tried to provoke the FDN into such a shakeup, but found himself stymied. In January, he had told Calero the FDN had failed to develop a political leadership and program with authentic appeal to the general population or to demonstrate sufficient competence on the battlefield to constitute a threat to the Sandinistas. He had believed that 1985 would be a critical year of testing for the Contras and that if their deficiencies were not corrected, we owed it to them and to ourselves to cut both our losses and theirs by changing our strategy to a more overt combination of U.S. force and U.S. diplomacy. But McFarlane had been working at cross purposes with Reagan, who offered uncritical support. The president repeatedly made clear in public and in private that he did not intend to break faith with the Contras, McFarlane noted. The rhetoric was not accidental. Although North had agreed to carry out McFarlane's agenda, he and Casey also had their own agenda, which was not to close down his program under any circumstances. They used their influence with White House speechwriters to ensure this remained a feature of Reagan's rhetoric. A further complication in reaching the goals sketched by McFarlane was North's penchant for focusing on image over substance. His 306. Initial concern had been that the EPS would deliver a humiliating blow to the FDN in an offensive that U.S. intelligence predicted would occur in March or April. North had sent a CIA map to Calero to be passed to Bermudez, his second such deliberate circumvention of the October 1984 Boland Amendment ban. In a note, North had urged the FDN to disperse its forces in northern Nicaragua to avoid the Sandinista firestorm. He had added, "While I know it hurts to hide, now is the time to do it." His other worry had been short-term congressional politics, and in the absence of tactical gains, North had tried to dream up military spectaculars. In February, he had proposed seizing the Nicaraguan merchant ship Monumbo on the high seas to prevent it from carrying a cargo of arms back to Corinto from the Far East. John Poindexter, the deputy NSC advisor, had concurred that we need to take action to make sure ship does not arrive in Nicaragua. Nothing happened. On March 6, a hired British Special Operations team had attacked a major military complex, touching off explosions with a force that rocked Managua. But the operation went awry. The main damage had been done to the country's principal military hospital, where casualties included women and infants in a maternity ward. The FDN wisely avoided claiming credit. Although his spectaculars had all fizzled, North claimed to have reorganized the Contra force. In mid-April, he had boasted to McFarlane that based on his guidance, the FDN in less than a year had become an effective guerrilla army. He cited introduction of a traditional staff structure and the reorienting of officer training and recruit schooling from conventional to guerrilla warfare tactics. By late May, North had begun crowing about tactical military gains. For the first time in the war, the FDN, in interdicting the Rama-Managua Road, launched simultaneous operations in the Boco area less than 60 kilometers from Managua and inflicted heavy losses on Sandinista troops in the vicinity of Sunabonanza. The operations had been conducted in response to guidance that the FDN must cut Sandinista supply lines and reduce their effectiveness on the northern frontier, he told McFarlane. The guide, of course, was North. North had also been active on the political front, but here as well the changes had been superficial and aimed mainly at impressing Congress. After helping orchestrate the March 1 peace initiative by Calero, Cruz, and Robelo in San Jose, North had set to work. 307. Creating a civilian leadership structure. On May 31, North had reported to McFarlane that 2 weeks of intense dialogue with the resistance leadership had resulted in a document of objectives. This, in theory, was just what the boss had ordered. It established civilian primacy over a unified military organization and committed its leadership to a democratic process to elect a new government once the Sandinistas were toppled. The new organization was to be called UNO, Unidad Nicaraguans Positor, an umbrella organization. In short, the political and military situation for the resistance now appears better than at any point in the last 12 months, he had boasted in the same memo. Even by North standards, however, this was a gross overstatement. 10 UNO served as the vehicle to distribute $27 million in non-lethal U.S. aid approved by Congress in late June. But UNO really existed only on paper. Calero played along, but Bermudez was openly contemptuous, and that rendered UNO powerless. Bermudez saw it as a power grab. Cruz and Robelo, he said, tried to take over the FDN. They have nothing. They want to impose themselves. That is not fair. We worked harder to bring this organization to what it is now. They were on the rival side. They kept attacking us. UNO is somebody's invention. Artificial without any support of the basis, created to please Congress * in a narrow sense, he was right. UNO most assuredly was an artificial creation. Yet the FDN also lacked a base of popular support. Instead of expanding the base, Calero and Bermudez had in fact narrowed it between mid-1984 and mid-1985. Both eased out opponents and consolidated their position within the movement. Calero appointed his brother, Mario, to handle all the procurement and deliveries to the forces. As a result of this narrowing of the base, the large exile community in Miami shunned him. Yet only new political leadership could devise clear goals and an ideology that could be sold to Nicaraguans who had stayed behind, to Nicaraguan émigrés, and to Americans who had to pick up the tab. What Bermudez really wanted was a boost for his own leadership. Why do you insist on failure? Why don't you take the successful people and make one group? Think about it. How can a guy belonging to a rival group who hasn't had any success come to me and say, listen, you are doing things wrong. You have to behave. You have to change. I could ask, do you have any moral position to say this? What have you done? What is your success? This attitude, grounded on what Bermudez felt were his achievements, was also the bottom line for Calero in UNO.11. The impotence of UNO and the civilian primacy it represented became clearer when the military situation worsened in June. As the impact of the Sandinista offensive in the south sank in, North became agitated and around June 1, called a program review. Disregarding his own political creation, UNO, North summoned Bermudez and Calero, the real powers, to an all-night session at the Miami Airport Hotel with Secord and 2 associates in attendance. There he harshly criticized the Contras' resupply arrangements. He cited rumors that Mario Calero had botched deliveries and that certain individuals were lining their pockets. When the meeting ended at 5 a.m., there was agreement on 3 points. The FDN required better air resupply, a southern front must be revived, and the Contras had to begin operating in urban areas. Apparently, North had something quite different in mind. Secord would take over logistics, resupply, and financing, and North would play a far more active role in diplomacy and fundraising. But he did not reveal this at the time to Calero, nor did he tell McFarlane, who said he could not recall authorizing North to organize the meeting, much less assign a role to Secord. After the meeting, North quickly took 4 steps. First, he asked Secord to put together the resupply operation. Next, he called in Luis Tams, the ambassador-designate to Costa Rica. Tams, who in 1981 had been Jesse Helms's candidate for the job of Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of Inter-American Affairs, had most recently served an ambassador to Colombia. North asked me to go down and open up the Southern Front, Tams recalled. If that's what they want, that's what we'll try and do, was his reply. Tams said he assumed North was speaking for the RIG, the Restricted Interagency Group, but North apparently had no authorization for 309. The instruction. Third, he had the NSC staff aide responsible for Asian affairs, Gaston Siger, introduce him to the head of the Taiwan Trade Office, from whom he solicited $1 million. The funds were sent to an account Secord had established in Geneva under the name of a dummy firm, Lake Resources. Finally, he directed Robert Owen to travel to Costa Rica to help locate the site for an airstrip in northwestern Costa Rica for emergency landings of aircraft supplying what was hoped would be the Southern Front. Tams arranged the necessary clearances with the Costa Rican government, arguing that the strip would be required if Nicaragua provoked Costa Rica into invoking U.S. assistance under the Rio Treaty. Later that autumn, North obtained another $1 million from Taiwan. This was apparently the seed money for the airstrip. Once again, Schultz and Abrams were not informed. 12. Meanwhile, the FDN on August 1 implemented Point 3 of the Miami Accord by capturing La Trinidad, a town of about 8,000 on the Pan-American Highway about 50 miles north of Managua, and holding it for 5 hours. This was the opportunity the Sandinistas had been waiting for. They deployed their Mi-25 helicopter gunships and recaptured the town. It was the first and last Contra-offensive of the year and was marred by reports that FDN troops marched people outside and hacked off their heads, according to congressional sources. Things were not going according to North's plan. Instead, a series of calamities, some of their own making, gravely weakened the Contra fighting force. Congressional approval of the $27 million in June 1985 should have been a shot in the arm for the FDN, but it was nearly the beginning of 1986 before the non-lethal aid began to arrive in quantity, more than 18 months after the aid cut off. The slowdown was due to a combination of political uncertainties in Honduras and the FDN's own ineptitude. On the second flight in, on October 10, 1985, Mario Calero, who was running the supply operation for his brother, Adolfo, brought along an NBC camera crew. The Honduran military ordered the crew off the plane, seized the contents, and suspended all further shipments. Honduras was in the middle of an election campaign, and the new U.S. ambassador, John Furch, focused on ensuring an orderly handover of power, had held up aid funds for fear that Suazo would 310 misappropriate them, and then was unable to get the ban lifted. The impasse caused concern in Washington. At suggestion of North, Vice Admiral John Poindexter, who had succeeded McFarlane as National Security Advisor on December 4, visited Tegucigalpa in mid-December and asked the Honduran military commander, Walter López Reyes, to lift the ban. López indicated he might. Poindexter called on only military officials during his one-day five-nation swing, and DFD Nazi Suazo Cordova, who was about to leave office. Suazo refused to lift the ban, and the deliveries were not resumed until his successor, José Ascona Hoyo, took office in late January 1986. For the Contras, the picture could not have been bleaker at the end of 1985. The main FDN fighting force was sitting in its camps in Honduras, without boots, ponchos, hammocks, and for many hope. The returning columns looked like prisoners returning from Buchenwald, Bermudez's representative in Washington said. Shortly after Christmas, Secord briefed Casey at the latter's request. He expressed grave reservations about the Contras' abilities to achieve significant military victories, and ticked off the problems: no viable southern front, inadequate logistics and intelligence capabilities, and poor leadership. Secord got the impression that Casey agreed. Retired Army General John Singh Laub, a volunteer advisor and fundraiser for the Contras, summed up the situation: very desperate. Alan Fears, the director of the CIA Central America Task Force, described concern about the situation as being high, almost on the edge of panic. In short, according to EPS Chief of Staff Quadra's definition, the Contras were close to being defeated. They had been forced out of north-central Nicaragua and reduced once again to be a border-raiding force. Only Elliot Abrams, heeding the political aspects of the issue rather than the military facts, whistled a happier tune. There is a lot of fighting going on in Nicaragua today, probably never been more, he said in an interview at the end of 1985. The performance of the FDN in the last month or so is better than they've done before. But he declined to supply details on the grounds that they were classified. 13. But military professionals viewed the Contras disparagingly. General Paul Gorman called them a cross-border raiding force capable only of clumsy attacks on fixed points and crude ambushing. 311. Lacking an intelligence network or a political infrastructure, they were unable to tap the prevailing discontent in Nicaragua's cities and were forced to operate in the uninhabited fringes of the country. 14. In January 1986, Representative Dave McCurdy tried to prepare for the forthcoming funding battle in Congress by consulting some of the leading experts on insurgency and Latin America at an off-their-accord two-day seminar. He concluded that the Contras had failed on almost every count of what constitutes a successful insurgency. They needed leadership training at every level from squad leader to task force commander. They lacked a political military strategy, that is, a way to transmit a positive political message to the population of Nicaragua about their goals. They were organized more as a conventional force than as guerrillas, which makes it easier for a counterinsurgency plan to interdict them. The Sandinistas had appropriated the nationalist message. The Contras lacked charismatic, confident leaders and had limited indigenous support. On the positive side, they had a secure sanctuary, which was essential in the initial organizational phase, and external support. One counterinsurgency expert at the McCurdy seminar said afterward that the administration had established self-defeating criteria for measuring the success of the fighters. For the past 3 years, the United States has relied on quantifying personnel, quantifying the fighting, and quantifying attacks. It may be a false measurement. Far more effective guerrilla forces operated with far smaller numbers. The Sandinistas up until a year before their triumph had less than 500 fighters. In El Salvador, 6,000 to 8,000 guerrillas threatened to bring down the government in 1980–81. Fidel Castro had no more than 3,000 armed supporters at the very end. 15 * in the politically charged atmosphere generated by the White House when Reagan threatened to campaign against Contra-8 opponents in the 1986 elections, few besides McCurdy devoted much attention to the basics. The administration propaganda machine had effectively shifted the debate away from the facts on the * addiction to the numbers game continued at the State Department, however. As late as July 1986, James Michel, the principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of Inter-American Affairs, told a meeting of congressional staffers that the administration goal was for the Contras to grow in size to 30,000 and to bring the situation in Nicaragua to a head within the next 2 years through internal opposition or insurrection against the Sandinistas. 312 Ban-Axa diplomacy. Ground to the ad hominem question of good guys and bad guys. Liberals took the bait and devoted great energies to proving that, for example, 46 of the 48 Contra leaders were, as the Sandinistas alleged, Somocistas. The administration countered that of the 153 senior military personnel, only 41 had prior National Guard service, leaving aside the fact that these 41 occupied most of the senior positions. 16. Much less notice was given to the question of who the foot soldiers were. According to Dave Durenberger, the chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, nearly all of the FDN rank and file were illiterate peasants who lived in primitive conditions and had never been outside their home region just south of the Honduran border. To them, the coastal plain is France and Managua is Paris. Bermudez, who often boasted about his peasant army, had turned away middle-class volunteers. Durenberger said. 1. The implication was that the FDX commander preferred unlettered soldiers because their loyalty would be unquestioning. Thus, at the end of 19S5, even as a fragile political consensus began to build in Congress behind limited financial support for the Contras, the situation on the ground had become militarily untenable. The gap between U.S. political support and the military reality was nothing new, they had never been synchronized, because Reagan had at no point required that his chief diplomatic, defense, and intelligence aides pursue an agreed-upon strategy that could be sustained in Congress. As a result, at the very time Bermudez seemed to be on the verge of his goal to bring the United States to the political point of no return in backing his forces, the Sandinistas were on the verge of ensuring a military point of no return for Bermudez's forces in Nicaragua. 14. Manipulating the president. Unlike the rebels, who found themselves in difficulties at the start of 1986, Casey and North, their benefactors in Washington, were in their heyday. As Reagan entered his 6th year in office, the two activists had taken control of perhaps the riskiest initiative in recent American diplomatic history, the secret arms sales to Iran. The broader role that Casey and North came to play in U.S. foreign policy was built around the zealous implementation of Reagan's instructions in mid-1984 to keep the Contras alive body and soul when Congress refused to renew CIA funding. The two worked as a team. Casey, by appealing to Reagan's romantic attachment to the concept of freedom fighters and feeding him distorted intelligence, was able to dominate the policy process. North, by directing fundraising and arms drops and advising the rebels on military and political strategy, kept day-to-day control of 313. 314. The program. But Nicaragua was only a springboard. In the summer of 1985, Reagan overruled the objections of Shultz and Weinberger and followed Casey's advice in approving the secret arms transfers to Iran. Policy implementation followed the Nicaragua model. Casey fed Reagan distorted intelligence assessments centering on the Soviet threat to Iran, and North took charge of sales and negotiations. In late 1985, Casey also helped force a shift in Southern Africa policy by defeating Shultz in a hard-fought battle that resulted in renewal of CIA arms deliveries to anti-communist rebels in Angola. Casey tried to expand his covert aid empire to the South African-backed insurgents in Mozambique, but here Shultz managed to block him. 1 For his accomplishments and his ambitions, Casey gained a nickname among U.S. diplomats, Secretary of State for the Third World. That same winter, Casey mounted an indirect challenge to Shultz after he and other hardliners persuaded Reagan to introduce lie detector tests for government employees from the cabinet on down. Shultz had threatened to quit 2 years earlier over a similar scheme, and in mid-December 1985, after learning that Reagan had signed a secret executive order 6 weeks earlier, he repeated his threat. "The minute in this government I am told that I'm not trusted is the day I leave," he said. Casey publicly rebutted Shultz with a statement that there was an acute need for selective polygraphing. Weinberger concurred. His cabinet divided and squabbling in public, Reagan rescinded the order. Shultz stayed but was weakened. By the dispute. 2 The Casey-North style suited Reagan's preference for action over deliberation, but their rapid accretion of influence in 1985 and 1986 should be seen in the context of the more permissive environment in which they operated. This environment was due largely to 4 factors. For one, in January 1985, as Reagan passively looked on, Treasury Secretary Donald Reagan had taken over as Chief of Staff in a job switch with James Baker. A Casey protege had replaced a Casey rival. The former head of a Wall Street investment firm whom Casey had brought into the administration, Reagan had a limited background in foreign policy. Unlike Baker, he made no effort to save Reagan from the consequences of his unstudied impulses. Reagan's watchword was to let Reagan be Reagan. A second factor was the replacement of Tony Motley by Elliott. 315. Abrams at the State Department in July 1985, which removed the only real challenge to their foreign policy power base, Central America. Unlike his predecessors for more than a decade, Abrams had no experience in a diplomatic post abroad, no regional expertise, and no background as a foreign policy professional. He didn't know much about Latin America, but he knew his way around Washington, said Nestor Sanchez. 3 Abrams had a quick mind, a combative manner, and boundless ambition. He had served on the staff of 2 conservative Democratic senators, Daniel Patrick Moynihan of New York and Henry Jackson of Washington, and had married into the royal family of neoconservatism. His wife, Rachel Podhoretz, was the daughter of neoconservative Midge Decter and stepdaughter of Norman Podhoretz, editor of Commentary, the leading journal of the neoconservatives. He had impressed Shultz with his handling of another political hot potato, human rights, as Assistant Secretary for Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs from 1981 to 1985. When Shultz asked him to take over Latin affairs, Abrams consulted Podhoretz. "One of 2 things has happened. Either they're looking for you as a cover for a surrender because you've got good hardline credentials, or the policy is changing," his father-in-law said. Abrams replied that he knew Shultz well enough to think the former is probably not a good idea, so the latter is more likely. It was the first of many such surmises by Abrams. He later said his appointment was probably a sign of how far right gone, a sign that the battle's over. According to Abrams, Schultz did nothing to alter this impression. Instead, he complimented Abrams on the harmony he had achieved at the sub-cabinet level, which removed Central America as a cabinet-level dispute. Abrams had agreed with North's position that U.S.-Nicaragua talks should not resume until the Sandinistas began negotiating with the armed resistance. At my level there was unanimity, Abrams said. We all thought that was what the policy should be and sold it upstairs. Abrams took Schultz's reaction as a green light to pursue the hard line in Nicaragua. Point 4 Abrams never asked Schultz for his views on negotiating with the Sandinistas, and Schultz never volunteered them. Abrams, unlike his predecessors, chose to interpret this as lack of interest. Motley also had never asked Schultz to define his position, but saw the veteran labor negotiator as a pragmatist who wanted to test the possibilities abroad within the political constraints at home. See if we can get 316. Anything done, if there's any give on that side. And make sure we don't get nuked here at home. Was how he had read SHNLTZ's mind. Point 3 While Schultz's public utterances were hardline and his private statements Delphic, his actions suggested a genuine desire to keep the diplomatic option open. On September 4, 1985. SHNLTZ sat down with Abrams. News accounts the previous month had alleged that North was raising money for the Contras, giving them military advice, and running the program. Schultz asked Abrams to watch North closely. Abrams tersely noted down his instructions. 1. Monitor Ollie. 2. Report to the Secretary on the effectiveness of the Contras. 3. Diplomatic track very important, keep alive. 4. Economic aid. Boom everywhere, but Nicaragua, look at our economic resources. Get more mileage out of them. Coming from a bureaucratic survivor like Schultz. The instructions seemed to suggest that Abrams should collect a file on North for possible future use, that Schultz wanted reliable facts about the situation on the ground in order to calculate his timing, and that it was essential to stay on top of the diplomatic process to preserve options for another initiative. Abrams ignored the instructions. Abrams occasionally asked North whether he was doing anything violative of the law. North said he was not, and Abrams did not press the matter. I was careful not to ask Colonel North what questions I thought I did not need to know the answers to. The reason Abrams gave was that it was not my practice to try to reach out and supervise these coordinate agencies, least of all the White House. 6. Nor did Abrams keep alive the diplomatic track. Abrams argued that Schultz in his presence avoided committing himself for or against negotiations, presumably because of the high political cost attached to either position. The smart thing was not to ask him. And Abrams thought of himself as very smart. Besides, U.S. terms had hardened in mid-1995. When the administration demanded that the Sandinistas first begin a dialogue with the Contras before negotiations could begin between the two governments. So there was no need to address the issue. Late in 1995, Abrams preempted the discussion by renouncing the Schultz's efforts to take control of the policy process in 1983. Discussed in Chapter 6. Pages 133 to 34. And his decision to go to Manzanillo are examples. 317. Diplomatic track. I want to be the first guy to reverse a communist revolution, he told an ambassador under his direction that fall. Anyone who believes that this president will go out of office with the Sandinistas in power doesn't know Ronald Reagan, he told a group of Democratic Contra backers early in December. There is a unanimity behind the policy, he said later that month, referring to the demand for democracy in Nicaragua, the code word meaning replacement of the Sandinista regime. Abrams also asserted that Schultz now saw his June 1984 trip to Managua as an error and said that error had a lot to do with undermining his relationship with Motley. Schultz, commenting some time later, said only that the Manzanillo effort had been not productive. 7*. Poindexter's appointment to succeed McFarlane, on December 4, 1985, was a third factor adding to the clout of Casey and North. A Navy Rear Admiral with a Ph.D. in nuclear physics, Poindexter had been with the NSC since 1981, starting as military aide to then-advisor Richard Allen. Poindexter survived the rapid turnover of NSC advisors by being the perfect staff man, with a photographic memory, a no-nonsense can-do style, an obsession with secrecy, and the ability to project himself into the mindset of his boss. Other than a posture of hardline anti-communism, Poindexter had no worldview and he showed little aptitude in the give and take of politics or public affairs. As NSC advisor, Poindexter made his agenda the implementation of what he felt was in the mind of Ronald Reagan. 8. Poindexter saw negotiations principally as a way to distract public attention. In November 1984, when the Manzanillo talks were stalled, Poindexter had summarized his views to McFarlane: continue active negotiations, but agree on no treaty, and agree to work out some way to support the Contras, either directly or indirectly. Withhold true objectives from staffs. Poindexter later said he thought a treaty would be very dangerous because I did not personally believe that even if the Sandinistas agreed to a treaty that they would ever live up to it. 9. On the other hand, after taking over as NSC advisor, Poindexter gave an enthusiastic full speed ahead to North for Contra fundraising. My instruction to Colonel North was to continue on course. And that certainly would have included the coordination and discussion between the private parties, the private support network, and the Contra leadership to get them the right kind of arms they need. He did not want to know details of North's activities, which meshed with North's preferred operating style. North put it succinctly: unless otherwise directed, I will proceed as follows. Or as Poindexter put it, Colonel North was given a very broad charter to carry out a mission, and I did not micromanage him. 10. The final factor in the rise of Casey and North was George Schultz. Having done battle over Iran, Angola, Mozambique, and polygraphing, he had little room to maneuver and effectively withdrew from the highly politicized Logain-Nicaragua dispute. The start of 1986 was not ripe for a Nicaragua initiative, and after McFarlane's departure, Schultz had few allies in the administration. He turned his focus to U.S.-Soviet affairs, which promised real progress after the November 1985 Geneva summit. The State Department's passivity coupled with lax White House supervision gave Casey and North carte blanche. For the State Department, there were short-term benefits and long-term costs. Abrams found his position strengthened with conservatives in the White House and Congress, but in making the measure of his success the harmony he reached with the can-do military men who favored a military solution, he added new tension to the policy trap that the administration had set for itself. By acting as cheerleader for a flawed policy and not trying to reshape it, he gave a gloss of validity to the illusion that there was a cheap and effective military solution. Any military expert knew that the Contras could not finish off the Sandinistas or even threaten their hold on power in the near term. About the only thing that Casey and North were sure to achieve by vigorously promoting the program was to enhance their own influence at the expense of state. By supporting them, Abrams ensured the eclipse of state as the lead policy formulating agency and ultimately the humiliation of George Schultz. Riding high. At an earlier point, North may have viewed the Contras as the magic bullet to rid Central America of the Sandinistas, but his actions after July 1985 suggest that the romanticism had palled, and the program 319 turned into a crude key to other goals. That month he had taken a big step away from the Contra leadership by asking Richard Secord, the retired Air Force Major General, to set up an offshore financial enterprise to bankroll the Contras, buy and deliver arms, and re-establish a southern front. There was no way the rebels could derive immediate benefit from the new scheme, and it quickly merged into a bigger project. Known as the Enterprise, it grew out of Casey's desire, according to North, to develop a capability for mounting covert operations outside congressional oversight. The immediate problem was cash. Taiwan and other foreign conservative sources could provide only so much. At this very moment, thanks largely to the prodding of Casey and North, an opportunity came along in the form of secret arms transfers to Iran. As foreign policy, it was an incredibly amateurish initiative. To jettison the policy of neutrality in the Iran-Iraq war would unsettle U.S. allies occupying some of Earth's most valuable real estate. To provide arms as an inducement to free U.S. hostages held by a pro-Iranian faction in Beirut violated the principle of not rewarding terrorism. Short-sighted as these goals appeared, they were only secondary or tertiary objectives for North. He wanted to sell arms at inflated prices to pay for other things: Secord's resupply of the Contras, profits for Secord and his partner, Albert Hakim, and finally the contingency fund for Casey's off-the-books covert operations. But by selling arms for such purposes, cash flow, not hostages, became the U.S. goal. North, as NSC counterterrorism director, was involved in the planning from early summer 1985. The first diversion of profits from the Iran arms sales occurred in November after he arranged for Secord to deliver 80 Hawk missiles to Iran. At North's request, Israeli arms merchant Adolf Schwimmer on November 20 deposited $1 million in the Swiss bank account that Secord had set up for activities related to support of the Contras. The stated reason had been to cover the cost of transport, warehouse space, and expenses. Only about $200,000 was required to meet expenses for the shipment, and the rest was available for other purposes. At some point in this period of time, I told he ought to go ahead and use some of that money to support the Nicaraguan resistance, North said. Point 11 The pattern was thus set. McFarlane, about to end his government career, had abandoned 320. Hope that arms transfers would result in release of the hostages or any other achievement. Not so North, who on the day McFarlane departed the White House sent a memo to Poindexter urging a vast expansion in arms sales, to 3,300 TOW missiles and another 50 Hawk missiles. If we do not make at least one more try at this point, we stand a good chance of condemning some or all to death and a renewed wave of Islamic Jihad terrorism, he wrote. While the risks of proceeding are significant, the risks of not trying one last time are even greater. North was planning for more than one last time. 2 days later, he reportedly told an Israeli official in New York that the United States hoped to finance Contra activities in Nicaragua from future sales. North then flew to London and met Secord, arms dealer Manukur Ghorbanifar, the Iranian-born middleman who helped inspire the deals, and Israeli officials to discuss the additional sales. In January, North drafted the covert action finding that provided the basis for him to take operational control over the initiative with Secord's support. No mention was made of the diversion. Early in February, he informed Poindexter. 12** using the Ayatollah's money to support the Nicaraguan resistance, North said, is a neat idea. Poindexter was enthusiastic. He clearly was looking for a signal from me whether or not to proceed ahead along this line. And I gave it to him, Poindexter said. Frankly, I thought it was a neat idea, too. Poindexter's only concern was that this had better never come out. Under oath, Poindexter said he told no one, including Reagan, believing the buck stops here with me. 14. North was at his peak of power. One close associate observed a real transformation between 1985 and 1986. Ollie thought he was God, this associate said. 15 He had a patron at the highest reaches of government whose star was still rising, an immediate boss who would protect him and his secrets, and no serious challengers at his level. North had drafted the ultra-secret presidential finding on arms sales to Iran, taken over the implementation, and then, with Poindexter, changed U.S. policy priorities. He had day-to-day charge of Contra and Iran arms sales. A soldier with no background in special operations, he was in control of a miniature CIA. He even set up a private communications network, using 15 encryption devices provided by the National Security Agency. CIA, military, and state diplomatic operatives on the ground in El Salvador, Honduras, and Costa Rica reported to him directly, as did at least one ambassador, Luis Tams in Costa Rica, and one CIA station chief, Joe Fernandez, also in San Jose. 16. Confrontation and payoff. With its newfound consensus on means and ends, the administration did not spend much time debating legislative strategy in 1986. Casey, North, Poindexter, and Abrams worked in harmony. Poindexter made sure that no one even considered searching for a bipartisan middle ground. When I took over, I got everybody to agree we wouldn't compromise, Poindexter recalled. I wish we had done that earlier. 17. Casey provided intelligence to Reagan to support a confrontational stance. An internal CIA assessment indicated that the Contras' acute supply shortages had eased by early January 1986. But Casey chose to ignore this and at a preparatory session for an NSC meeting, said he wanted to make the insurgency choice stark: either we go all out to support them, or they'll go down the drain. 18. This was the motif of the first month of the 1986 Contra-Aid battle, one of the longest and least conclusive foreign policy struggles of that or any other year. The political energies consumed were staggering. On February 25, 1986, Reagan formally requested $100 million, nearly 4 times the $27 million approved the previous year and equal to the total amount Congress had provided in the 5 preceding years. Some $70 million was to be spent on lethal arms and $30 million on non-lethal equipment. The origin of the figure is not certain, but North, who had been running the program, may well have been the author. North had suggested $100 million in writing a full year earlier, arguing that the 322 very act of requesting a large amount conveyed greater seriousness to the endeavor. It was to some extent pulled out of thin air, Abrams later said. We knew we wanted to put something like 15,000 men in the field, and we knew roughly the level of weaponry we wanted them to have, and we knew how many people were to be trained. So if you're at that general level, make it a good round number. 19. The drive opened in a rush of rhetoric. Schultz told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that the Sandinista regime was a cancer, right here on our land mass. Reagan, addressing conservative backers, said defeat of the Contras could jeopardize the survival of Central America's new democracies, lead to Soviet missile bases on America's doorstep, threaten the Panama Canal, and cause a migration of hundreds of thousands of refugees. And those who would invite this strategic disaster by abandoning yet another fighting ally of this country in the field will be held fully responsible, he said. 20 Patrick Buchanan portrayed the vote as a test of loyalty. With the vote on Contra-Aid, the Democratic Party will reveal whether it stands with Ronald Reagan and the resistance or Daniel Ortega and the communists, he wrote. Finally, Reagan, in a nationally televised speech, called the Sandinistas the malignancy in Managua and warned they could become a mortal threat to the entire New World. If the United States failed to curb the Sandinistas, there will be no evading responsibility. History will hold us accountable. The overstatement was a boon to the Sandinistas, who broadcast the speech live with simultaneous translation over radio and television. The strident tone alienated centrist Democrats and moderate Republicans and made rhetoric the issue. But Poindexter was not interested in a middle ground, and no effort was made to build a bipartisan coalition. Instead, North sought to reach over the heads of Congress to the public through a domestic television advertising drive. A conservative Republican fundraiser named Carl Russell Channel, working closely with North, arranged for $1 million in television ads in the districts of swing Democrats. The crude advertising campaign proved counterproductive. In a January 1985 memo to McFarlane, North complained that the low request of $14 million that year was based on the thinking that this amount would be more palatable to the Congress. A figure closer to $100 million would indicate to the Congress the urgency of the situation. 323. This was the caricature of a legislative strategy. And as it began to backfire, Schultz proposed an appointment that would appeal to the center by reviving the diplomatic track. For over a year, Harry Schlotterman had been plotting his escape from his dead-end job as Special Envoy for Central America, and he readily accepted appointment as ambassador to Brazil. Schultz proposed as his replacement Philip Habib, a retired Foreign Service officer and one of the most experienced U.S. negotiators. Habib had served as special envoy in Beirut and had just returned from the Philippines, where he had represented Reagan during the political upheaval that saw the ouster of Ferdinand Marcos. Habib saw his role in Manila as helping create conditions that would force the pro-Marcos lobby in the administration and Congress to abandon the Filipino strongmen, which some said they would never do when Habib first undertook the mission. When those conditions came about, Senator Paul Laxalt of Nevada, a longtime conservative associate of Reagan's, telephoned Marcos, and Marcos left. Habib thought he could bring about a similar situation in Central America that would permit the hard right to detach from the Contras. Reagan liked Habib for his bluntness and his willingness to plunge into any job. Habib had many admirers in Congress. But his appointment so close to the vote looked like a gimmick to potential swing votes and did not affect the outcome. 21 On March 20, the House defeated the $100 million by a close 222 to 210. Dave McCurdy, the central figure in the administration's 1985 victory, voted against. He had been burned among his colleagues by Reagan's failure to carry out his commitments to broaden the Contra leadership and to seek a non-military outcome. Besides, no one had sought his support until a day or so before the vote. Eventually, Reagan got the $100 million, but it took 2 more votes in the House, defeat of a filibuster by the Senate Democratic leadership, and months of parliamentary wrangling before assent was released. As in 1985, Reagan's continued political strength and his readiness to make this issue the test of party loyalty were elements in his ultimate victory, so was his marginally less flawed performance in the competition of blunders with the Sandinista Directorate. Contadora was moribund, and no diplomatic alternative was on the horizon. Finally, North had gotten control of a source of cash for a congressional lobbying campaign, Spitz Channel, who in turn raised funds from wealthy conservatives for whom he organized White House pep talks by Reagan, North, and Abrams. Channel said. 324. Up multiple tax-exempt nonprofit foundations which functioned as an above-board domestic financial counterpart to North's off-the-books covered enterprise managed by Secord. The blunders began after the defeat in the House. Abrams rushed off to Honduras the next day. The mission was apparently thought up by North, who drafted a memo to Reagan predicting negative reaction in Honduras and El Salvador. Without taking advance soundings, he asserted that the civilian and military leaders of both countries needed reassurance of our determination to succeed in aiding the resistance and in ensuring their security. In fact, the entire Honduran government was about to leave Tegucigalpa for the traditional Holy Week break and had not had time to react. 22 2 days later, in the early hours of Sunday, March 23, 2 Sandinista army battalions moved into El Paraiso province, east of Tegucigalpa, in an attack apparently intended to destroy the main rebel bases. Between 800 and 1,500 Sandinista troops were involved in the fighting, which lasted 2 to 3 hours. CIA analysts called it a routine incursion and Defense Intelligence Agency experts said it was a target of opportunity. But Casey insisted that the incursion be portrayed as a strategy to try and knock the Contras out while we debated in the U.S-23. Abrams joined in, telling White House reporters on March 24 of a very large Sandinista incursion into Honduras. The White House wanted maximum publicity and to this end decided to make available $20 million in emergency military aid to Honduras. But the law required a formal request from the recipient. Honduras refused to admit there was an incursion because that would confirm the presence of Contra camps. The Honduran army refused even to call a state of alert. So a few days after visiting Tegucigalpa on an unnecessary errand, Abrams had to cajole the Honduran government into formally requesting the aid. You have got to tell them to declare there was an incursion, Abrams's deputy, William Walker, shouted on the telephone at the embassy charge, Shepard Lohman. Honduran President José Ascona Hoyo's press secretary responded in public that the announcements of the incursion in Washington were part of the publicity campaign by the Reagan administration to secure approval of the $100 million for the counter-revolution. Furch got up from his sickbed, donned 3 sweaters and a bathrobe, and called on Ascona at the latter's modest bungalow. 325. Mr. President, I'm living death, Furch said. Let me give you a personal opinion. You don't have a choice now, Ascona replied. Okay, let's draft something. Ascona met his military commanders and the request was sent forward. On March 26, U.S. Army helicopters ferried some 600 troops to a point well away from the front but close enough to dramatize the stark alternatives viewed by Casey. That day, Ascona left for the beach. 24 On March 27, the Senate approved Reagan's $100 million request with some modifications by a tight 53-47 vote, the exact ratio of the Republican majority. Reagan called the Sandinista offensive a slap in the face to everyone who voted against aid to the freedom fighters, thinking it to be a vote for reconciliation. Meanwhile, the State Department indulged in casuistry of its own. Judge Abraham Sofar, Schultz's legal advisor, branded Nicaragua an aggressor state that did not have the right to claim self-defense against Contra incursions. Our position with respect to Nicaragua is that Nicaragua is an aggressor state, that it has acted in an aggressive way with respect to Honduras, Costa Rica, and El Salvador, he said. 25 The timing of the incursion was a Sandinista blunder embarrassing to those in Congress who had voted against Contra aid. The administration tripped itself up badly. Had it waited instead of rushing Abrams into an unnecessary mission, it could have taken advantage of the Sandinista mistiming. Instead, by exaggerating the incursion and gratuitously blaming it on Democrats, the administration lost credibility. The upshot was a draw for the administration and the Sandinistas. Next to blunder was the House Democratic leadership, which promised another vote on Contra aid to McCurdy and other centrists looking for political shelter, but attached it to a supplemental spending bill that Reagan had promised to veto. McCurdy's plan would have imposed strict conditions and required a second vote on Contra military aid. It also would have provided $325 million in aid to the 4 countries with elected civilian governments surrounding Nicaragua. Through a parliamentary maneuver, Republicans torpedoed the plan and demanded a simple up or down vote. In the process, the McCurdy Compromise was swept aside. Official U.S. funding was now in some doubt. Meanwhile, cash was flowing from the secret sale of arms to Iran into Secord's Geneva account. In mid-February, Secord had delivered 1,000 326 anti-tank missiles to Iran for North, and the difference between what Iran was charged and what the Pentagon was paid left up to $6,300,000 available for Secord's Contra project. On April 1, Secord began an arms airlift to Contra forces in Nicaragua. North visited the Contra camps on April 18 and reported it was the most depressing venture in my 4 years of working on the issue. In an internal memo, he quoted Bermudez as saying that the remaining troops in Nicaragua would have to withdraw completely within 3 weeks unless there was an immediate resupply. Their rations were down to 1 meal a day and they were out of radio batteries, boots, uniforms, ponchos, and weapons. 26 He of course made no mention of Secord's newly revved up supply operation. In mid to late April, Casey telephoned Reagan to impress upon him my concerns about the loss of Central America and the loss of our intelligence capabilities. Casey recapitulated the conversation in an April 23 note to Reagan. "We need an all-out effort, laying out the stark alternatives," he said. "We are at a critical juncture. Either we get funding for the Contras to implement the policy or scrap our present policy and move ahead with final alternatives." The alternatives were embargo, blockade, or direct military action. Although Casey told Reagan that the president agreed on the urgency of taking strong measures to improve our position on both of these matters, Reagan was more likely preoccupied with his 13-day trip to the Far East, which began on April 25. But a week later, on May 2, Reagan signaled his alarm to Poindexter en route from Jakarta to Tokyo on board Air Force One. "Look, I don't want to pull out our support for the Contras for any reason," Poindexter quoted him saying. "This would be an unacceptable option. I am really serious. If we can't move the Contra package before June 9, I want to figure out a way to take action unilaterally to provide assistance," he said. By this, Reagan meant an executive action that did not require the approval of Congress. He cited the precedent of sending emergency aid to Honduras in March. "I told him that I didn't think it would apply here, since we are not dealing with a government," Poindexter said in a memo to his deputy. But the fact remains that the president is ready to confront the Congress on the constitutional question of who controls foreign policy. Poindexter added that so far and other stalwart lawyers 327 should be asked to think in these terms to see if there is some way we could do this, if all else fails. 27. As the administration struggled to find a way to get funds from Congress or other sources, countries in the region struggled to find a way to head off the administration. The Contadora mediation had been halted in November 1985 by Daniel Ortega's rejection of the latest draft act. To induce the Sandinistas to return to the table, the four mediators Colombia, Mexico, Panama, and Venezuela, augmented by four other South American countries with newly elected civilian governments Argentina, Brazil, Peru, and Uruguay, met in Carabalita, Venezuela, on January 11 and 12, 1986, and reaffirmed the revised Contadora Act of September 1984, which Nicaragua had accepted. When the 8 ministers came to Washington a month later to deliver the message of Carabalita, an end to Contra aid and a reopening of U.S. Nicaraguan talks, Schultz gave them the cold shoulder. But every delay in Congress encouraged them to press on. 28 So did the newly elected presidents of Guatemala Vinicio Cerezo and Costa Rica Oscar Arias, who announced that they would not take sides in the Nicaragua conflict. At his inauguration on January 16, Cerezo convinced the other Central American leaders to endorse the latest Contadora statement. Within a month after his election, Arias urged the United States to halt Contra aid. "I do not think with that aid he is going to obtain what he wants. On the contrary, the result of the aid to the Contras has been a more dictatorial, more totalitarian government in the North," he said in a U.S. television interview. "You won't get a negotiation with the Sandinistas, giving more money to the Contras." Newly elected Honduran President Ascona had campaigned on a platform that the Contra presence was unwanted and unconstitutional, but the complex election rules under which he was elected yielded him a minority mandate and left him vulnerable to pressures from the United States and his own military forces. His message was mixed, calling for Contadora to resume its involvement but, during a Washington visit in late May, supporting the renewal of Contra aid. 29 Contadora meanwhile was faltering. On April 5 to 6, the mediators had brought the Central Americans together once again in Panama and sought their commitment to sign a new draft treaty by June 6. Nicaragua alone had refused. Although Contadora was in disarray, the White House saw it as a 328 real threat to its strategy in Congress and felt the matter would come to a head in late May, when Cerezo had scheduled the first summit of Central American leaders since the Sandinista Revolution. North's concerns surfaced on the eve of a meeting of the National Security Planning Group, an informal grouping of the key NSC members, called on May 16 to discuss bridge funding for the Contras. A May 15 memorandum for Reagan, co-authored by North and Raymond Burghardt, a Foreign Service officer nominally in charge of Latin American affairs at the NSC, was a model of manipulation, steering the president to a course of action based on distortions of the diplomatic and military situation. Congress's delay and the Contadora talks are creating expectations and anxieties in the U.S. and in Central America, the memo said. In fact, the principal anxiety specified was on the part of the Contras, who were increasingly desperate as available supplies are depleted. It added that no further significant support appears readily available. This was untrue. As North noted in a later memo, money truly is not the thing which is most needed at this point. The Contras had several million rounds of most types of ammo now on hand and another $3 million worth on the way by ship. Boots, ponchos, and uniforms were being bought locally, and Calero had received $500,000 to buy food. To deal with the hypothetical shortfall, Reagan's top aides agreed that Schultz should draw up a list of countries that might be solicited for aid. North was about to speak up, but Poindexter, suspecting he would reveal the secret source of outside funding, cautioned him not to say anything. Later North reminded him in a memo that the Resistance Support Organization now has more than $6 million available for immediate disbursement. This reduces the need to go to third countries for help. 30. But Poindexter decided that Schultz's effort should go forward. It was not until North learned that Schultz planned to approach Saudi Arabia for funds that anyone remembered the Secretary of State had been kept in the dark for 2 years. Poindexter asked McFarland to inform Schultz. Yet Schultz, for reasons that remain unclear, did not tell Abrams or his assistant for Near Eastern Affairs, Richard Murphy. Schultz then decided to solicit Brunei, where he was to travel in June. Abrams had obtained account numbers from North and Fears 329. But decided to use North's account because we were having a bit of a tug of war with the CIA and we weren't really keen on enhancing the role of the CIA in what was supposed to be a State Department initiative. At the last minute, Schultz decided not to ask for money directly, but sent Abrams to London in mid-August to speak with a Brunei official. They met in a London park. Abrams began with a 15-minute discourse on the need for help. "How much money?" the official asked. $10 million, Abrams replied. "What will Brunei get out of it?" Abrams said Reagan would know of it and you will have the gratitude of the Secretary and of the President for helping us out in this jam. The official persisted in asking if Brunei would receive anything concrete in exchange. "You don't get anything concrete out of it," Abrams replied. Abrams handed him a slip of paper with an account number at the Credit Suisse Bank, 368-430-22-1. In copying the number out of North's files, however, North's secretary, Fawn Hall, had inadvertently transposed the second and third digits, and the funds wound up in the account of a Swiss citizen. 31 On Contadora, North's May 15 memo to Reagan predicted, inaccurately, that the Sandinistas would proclaim readiness to sign another version of the treaty, containing proposals which our friends have rejected. We will then find ourselves engaged in a propaganda contest in which each side will claim the other is intransigent. The U.S. object, it said, was to support our friends' position as a positive and constructive Central American effort to deal with the region's problems, while denouncing the Sandinistas for refusing to negotiate. At State, this was viewed as another White House panic over a non-event. "We called it the peace is breaking out syndrome," one official said. U.S. diplomats believed there was no need to worry because the Sandinistas will never accept something really significant at Contadora. 32 In point of fact, when the Central American presidents assembled on May 24 to 25 in Guatemala at Escapulas, a religious shrine built around an ancient statue of a black Christ venerated by Central Americans, the group quickly came to loggerheads over the issue of democratization. Instead of discussing substance, they found themselves fighting over the joint communique. Arias objected to Ortega's being described with the others as freely elected by the majority wills of 330. Their respective countries. Ortega resisted committing himself to sign the Contadora Treaty, and the five failed to agree on the June 6 deadline. In retrospect, the Sandinistas were probably not ready to negotiate. Ortega agreed to restrictions on offensive arms but not on what he called defensive arms. He also balked at cutting the size of the Sandinista army. The underlying reason seems to have been that the Sandinistas, seeing the Contras in retreat and disarray, felt that a military solution was within reach. In Washington, meanwhile, Philip Habib had run into a buzzsaw of right-wing criticism. After a few get-acquainted trips to the region, he began conferring with members of Congress, and in response to questions from liberal and centrist Democrats, asked the Bureau of Inter-American Affairs to draft a letter for his signature summing up the U.S. position on Contadora. Dated April 11, it said that U.S. aid to the Contras would end on signature of a verifiable Contadora agreement by all the Central American states. The letter drew little notice until a month later, when Constantine Menges brought it to the attention of Representative Jack Kemp, the conservative New York Republican. Kemp, contending that Habib was ready to sign an accord that would sell out the Contras, publicly demanded that Reagan fire Habib. Reagan refused. Instead, Poindexter fired Menges. Then Abrams backed the administration away from the letter, telling reporters it had been imprecise and that if he could rewrite it, I'd just change the word signature to implementation. Habib said Abrams and North had cleared the draft, and he was angry that Abrams seemed to have blamed him. He played a nasty, dirty game, Habib later said of Abrams. I didn't speak to him for a while. Once again, the State Department's own inattention to the Contadora Forum was partly to blame. For in the meantime, the Contadora draft under discussion had loosened the terms of what would occur on signature and delayed most key actions until after the ratification of the Accord. 33 The right-wing outcry in Washington over the Habib letter surprised the Sandinistas and raised the question whether signing the accord would force a decision on cutting aid to the Contras. On May 27, Daniel Ortega said he would be willing to sign the agreement on June 6. But the deadline passed without signature. And although the Sandinistas on June 20 announced they would 331 accept the treaty, it was a step short of signing. Honduras, followed by El Salvador and Costa Rica, said the draft was inadequate. 34 Last hurrah. However inept its diplomacy and its politicking, the administration's relentless drive on Capitol Hill slowly made headway. Centrist Democrats joined Republicans seeking yet another vote on the $100 million aid request, and the Democratic leadership gave in. For the administration to win, it needed a shift of only 7 votes, and every conceivable pressure was brought to bear. One unlikely but effective source was a group of Democratic liberals whom critics dubbed the Four Meddlers: Bruce Cameron, Robert Lycan, Penn Kemble, and Bernard Aronson. Abrams and North worked closely with them, and Abrams gave them a considerable amount of credit for the victory. The grease that made the effort work was money provided by Spitz Channel. Bruce Cameron had worked as a human rights lobbyist for the Liberal Americans for Democratic Action for 9 years but threw himself behind the cause of Arturo Cruz Sr. after his election negotiations with the Sandinistas foundered in September 1984. Cameron was fired by the ADA in June 1985 for helping win passage of non-lethal aid to the Contras. He offered his services to McCurdy, who put him on his payroll briefly for $1,000 a month, but was out of work until January 1986. That month Penn Kemble arranged for him to meet Spitz Channel. In February, Cameron went on Spitz Channel's payroll as an administration lobbyist and earned $40,000 in 3 months. Robert Lycan was a writer on Soviet and Central American affairs with the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, a center-left think tank. At the time of El Salvador's Constituent Assembly elections in 1982, Lycan had testified against U.S. policy and advocated a power-sharing arrangement dividing control of the country between the army and the leftist guerrillas. These views made him unpopular in official circles, and many observers think Lycan was looking for a new vehicle when the Nicaraguan elections came along in 1984. Lycan attracted wide attention and, with official help, wide distribution as well, for his article titled Sins of the Sandinistas in the New Republic on October 8, 1984. In it he confessed that he had been a sympathizer with the Sandinistas, but now the situation was far worse than I had thought. When Cruz became a resistance leader, Cameron and Lycan became his principal advisors. Lycan wrote a steady stream of articles attacking the Sandinistas in the New Republic and an extended two-part panegyric of Cruz in the New York Review of Books. He received a travel grant from Channel. Lycan and Cameron worked with Penn Kemble, who headed Produmxa, a foundation formed to encourage popular support for Reagan's Central America policies. Produmxa's funds came from conservative sources, including Channel, who provided $88,000. Its board was largely neoconservative Democrats. Kemble also chaired the Coalition for a Democratic Majority, a neoconservative group. The National Endowment for the Humanities used Produmxa to funnel grants to favored administration recipients such as La Prensa, the Managua opposition paper. Bernard Aronson was a speechwriter during Mondale's vice presidency. Aronson had close ties to the organized labor movement. He supported U.S. El Salvador policy. There is no indication he received any financial benefit from Channel. The foursome went after the key Democratic swing votes. In April, Lycan and Aronson took Leigh Aspen, a Wisconsin Democrat and the influential chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, on a guided tour of Nicaragua, concluding with a meeting in Chinandega at which all those assembled criticized the Sandinistas. Aspen switched his vote. A ranking U.S. diplomat in Managua described the arrangements, set up by an anti-Sandinista lawyer, as a Potemkin village. Cameron organized a tour for 13 House members led by McCurdy. It featured a meeting with Ortega, who horrified all, according to Cameron. 4 who took the trip switched their votes. 333. Kemble took out newspaper ads in the name of Produmxa supporting aid to the Contras. This turned Produmxa into a political lobby, and he had to give up administering the La Prensa account. The endowment's congressional charter prohibits the distribution of funds through political lobbies. One critical service rendered the administration by Lycan and Cameron was convincing Cruz to remain in the Contra civilian leadership of the United Nicaraguan Opposition while they and Abrams pressed for reform. Reform was a euphemism for eliminating Calero's role or at least curtailing his influence over the military force controlled by his close ally, Chief of Staff Enrique Bermudez. Cruz had wanted to resign since August 1985, when he realized that Calero would never allow him and Robelo to take control. But reform of the situation had been demanded by moderates in Congress such as Senators Sam Nunn and Nancy Kassebaum as the price for their support of the program. There was no meaningful reform, however, of UNO, as the three civilians called their umbrella group. Instead, Cruz was put on Spitz-Chanel's payroll. At the time of his troubles with Calero, Cruz was also having financial problems. Cameron approached North. North sent word to Spitz-Chanel, and Cruz, without knowing the source of his income, went on his payroll from January until November 1986 at $7,000 a month. Channel also provided funds to Robelo. Abrams later denied knowledge of the North Channel financial operation but had acted as if he knew. According to Cameron, Abrams practically ordered him, along with Cruz and Robelo, all of whom were on Chanel's payroll, to lobby members of Congress before every vote. 35 The Contra reform talks took place in Miami in the first week in May and June, and were completed in time for the final aid vote on June 25. The outcome of the talks was highly ambiguous, but Cruz claimed victory. Henceforth, he said, he and Robelo could overrule Calero and make key decisions such as appointing and dismissing field commanders. Cameron recalled that Alan Fears lauded him as the hero of Miami. Within a month, the 30 FDN field commanders formed a regional commanders' council with powers to help choose military leadership and influence major political decisions, thereby negating the reform of Miami. 36 Aronson provided a different sort of service by drafting a speech for Reagan to be delivered before a joint session of Congress. The 334 speech was carried only on the cable news network and probably swayed no votes, but Aronson's repackaging of the issues changed the tone of the debate. 12 votes shifted on June 25, 5 more than needed to approve the $100 million Cameron later claimed in a memo to Channel that their success in Miami on the eve of the vote helped sway 3 members. He also cited Reagan's telephone calls to every one of the 20 potential swing votes, Habib's appointment, and the decision to add an economic aid package for other Central American countries devised by McCurdy to the Contra program. Channel concurred and paid Cameron a bonus of $26,000 on top of the $40,000 he had already earned. He also provided $3,600 to Lycan for a trip to Central America. 37-1 McCurdy had a different analysis of Cameron's success. Because he worked with me, he knew the inner workings and how to slice away the guys from the McCurdy coalition. He was the only one who could do it. Cameron's device was to include in the administration bill $300 million in economic aid for the Central American republics surrounding Nicaragua, a sum just below the $325 million which had been a central selling point of the McCurdy alternative. Reagan hailed the House victory as a step forward in bipartisan consensus in American foreign policy, but in truth, it was a shaky base for sustaining the policy. 38 The Republican Senate, after overcoming a filibuster by the Democratic leadership, voted 53-47 in favor of the aid in August. House leaders were unable to do much but slow the progress of the bill, which did not reach Reagan's desk until October 25. For the Contadora process, the House's approval of aid was the last blow. At home, the Sandinistas launched a crackdown, closing down La Prensa, expelling several dissident Roman Catholic priests, and strengthening the emergency law. On July 28, Nicaragua filed suits at the International Court of Justice against Costa Rica and Honduras, charging them with cooperating with rebel groups attacking the Nicaraguan government. This injected new strains into relations with the two countries and closed down the Contadora Forum. "We thought they were abandoning the negotiations," a senior Honduran official said. "We could not undertake adjudication and negotiation at the same time." 39 Honduras removed itself from the talks. But the Sandinistas felt that they were on the high ground, morally as well as militarily. On June 27, the World Court had ruled favorably on 14 of the 16 counts of their suit against the United States. It rejected the U.S. argument of collective self-defense. There was insufficient evidence that the Nicaraguan government was responsible for the arms flow since early 1981, even if that could be proven. Under international law, the court did not feel that provision of arms to the opposition constituted an armed attack on that state. However, it said the mining of Nicaragua's harbors in 1984 and economic sabotage by CIA commandos did constitute a use of force against another state. Supporting the Contras was an attempt to coerce the government of Nicaragua in respect of matters to which each state is permitted, by the principle of state sovereignty, to decide freely. If one state supports armed bands to overthrow the government, that amounts to an intervention of one state in the internal affairs of the other 40. The administration ignored the ruling, arguing that the World Court had no jurisdiction in what it maintained was a political dispute. With the key legislative victory behind him and even a World Court ruling causing hardly a ripple in Washington, Abrams was riding high and decided to flex his muscle. A few days after the vote, he telephoned John Furch, the ambassador to Honduras, and fired him. Furch had helped save civilian rule in Honduras by heading off Suazo Cordova's design for a second term. He had developed an excellent rapport with the new president, Ascona, overseen the restoration of Contra aid, even talked Ascona into asking for emergency aid in March. But Abrams believed that Furch was unenthusiastic about the administration's Contra policy and built a case against him based on management problems in the embassy. Schultz backed Abrams. Ascona was surprised at the abruptness of Furch's removal. "I thought this happened only in Honduras," he told him. Furch saw his dismissal as linked to policy differences. "I thought." 336. "We meant what we said. We wanted pressure so we could negotiate. I'm beginning to think I accepted something that wasn't true." From the manner of his dismissal, he said, "I gather our goal is something different. It's a military goal." 41. As Abrams celebrated his triumph, Schultz again found himself under pressure from Casey and North and once again decided to resign. This time, Jonathan Miller, the White House Director of Administration and a CLOSE associate of North, had begun to reject routine Schultz requests for presidential aircraft for overseas trips. Reagan restored Schultz's perquisites, and once again he withdrew his resignation. 42 Outwardly, the victory in Congress brought an appearance of harmony in the administration on Nicaragua policy. But beneath the surface, intense rivalries over power stirred among the key players. The State Department, to which the new legislation gave responsibility for directing the program, and the CIA, which had to carry out all operations, vied with each other for control. This was the context in which Abrams devised a strategy that said little about the realities on the ground but would serve him well in the internal power struggle. Late in the summer of 1986, in conversations with foreign diplomats, he set out 3 policy goals for the year that followed. First was to isolate Nicaragua politically and diplomatically from all sources of support except for Cuba and the Soviet Union, so as to convince the world that Managua was allied with Havana and Moscow. Second was to gain credibility for the Contras as a capable military force. Third was to rally the support of Central American countries for the strategy, which translated into closing down the Contadora Forum. These goals were hardly in keeping with the stated foreign policy goals of the United States in this century, but were fully consistent with implementation of Nicaragua policy under Reagan. 43 Habib and Abrams were barely talking to each other at this time, and Habib said he was not even aware of these policy goals and certainly did not try to implement them. A second rivalry pitted the CIA task force headed by Alan Fears against North. They vied over their respective influence over the Contras and ability to exchange intelligence with them. North, about to be removed from his advisory role to the Contras, was bitter because the overt aid program was starting up and the CIA, U.S. Military 7, and State Department were to take charge. In October, he called up an old friend, Nat Hamrick. Since 1981, when he and John 337 Carbaugh had helped smooth the way for Argentina and Casey to support the movement, Hamrick had had little involvement in the movement other than to stay in touch with Bermudez and North. Hamrick piloted his own light plane up to Washington. North was aroused. The movement into which he had invested so much energy appeared to be going nowhere. North had made a proposal in the rig that spring to bring matters to a head, but it had been shot down by the CIA and JCS representatives. Now he would try an end run to get his proposal to Bermudez via Hamrick. The idea was for the FDN to capture territory, declare a government there, appeal for U.S. aid, and force the United States to break diplomatic relations with Managua and intervene militarily. Tell them to go bite off some territory, North told Hamrick. This would be the first cheap victory for the West since 1917. It would be a powerful psychological message to the entire world. It would inspire people. Ollie, I don't think it's a smart idea, because there won't be the follow-up, Hamrick said. Don't you worry about the follow-up, North replied. Hamrick returned to his home in Rutherfordton, North Carolina, and thought it over. He decided to do nothing. I have a big moral problem. It's wishful thinking, he said a few days later. I'm almost sorry we started the whole project. 44. Turning point. 4 events in swift succession in late 1986 destroyed the administration's cheerful facade and undermined its political base in Congress. The unraveling began at about noon on Sunday, October 5. 30 miles north of the Costa Rican border, a patrol of 26 young Sandinista soldiers, part of the Gaspar Garcia Laviana Light Hunter Battalion of the 55th Infantry Brigade, 5th Military Region, were resting in their hammocks in the jungle. They had lost contact with their commanding officers, run out of food, and were living on monkey meat as they awaited supplies. There was a noise overhead, and José Fernando Canales, a 19-year-old pharmacist's assistant, looked up. Through a break in the clouds, an old C-123 plane could be seen lumbering across the sky at close range and about 800 feet altitude. He set up the SAM-7 ground-to-air missile he usually 338 carried on his shoulder and fired, hitting the right wing. It was a very easy shot. The plane caught fire and lost altitude. Eugene Hasenfuss, a strapping 45-year-old ex-Marine employed as a cargo kicker, stepped through the hatch, pulled the ripcord of his borrowed parachute, and jumped into history. His interrogators found a stash of logbooks and papers on the plane, and he cooperated by telling them what he knew. Hasenfuss thought he had been employed by the CIA to deliver arms over Nicaragua, a point the Sandinistas were quick to publicize. Point 45. I'm glad you asked. Absolutely not, Reagan replied when asked if there was any U.S. involvement whatsoever in the flight. There was no connection with the U.S. government at all, said Schultz. No government agencies, none were involved, said Abrams. Actually, the project had been directed by North from its inception, but in preparing the guidance for Reagan, Schultz, and himself, Abrams had never questioned North directly. Hasenfuss was found guilty and sentenced to 30 years by a Sandinista People's Tribunal in November, but was pardoned and released the following month. But the shoot-down had immediate and broad repercussions. Secord halted his supply operation, the FBI, Federal Aviation Administration, U.S. Customs Service, congressional committees, and the news media began investigating, and 2 weeks after the shoot-down, the House Judiciary Committee asked the Attorney General to appoint an independent counsel to investigate North, Casey, Poindexter, and others. North's entire program in support of the Contras began to unravel. 2 days after Hasenfuss was shot down, an American businessman named Roy Furmark called on Casey and told him a scandal was about to break. 2 Canadian investors and Saudi financier Adnan Khashoggi had provided bridge loans for the Iran arms sales, but had not been repaid because North had dumped Manikur Ghorbanifar, the Iranian middleman, without paying him off, and chosen another intermediary. Furmark knew of the diversion to the Contras and may have hinted at it on this occasion. He warned that unless there was another arms sale to Iran that would ensure repayment of the $10 million the investors claimed, Ghorbanifar was going to tell the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence about the arms sales. The Canadians, too, were threatening to go public. Point 46. On November 3, Al-Shira, a Beirut magazine known for its sympathies with Syria, published an extraordinary article reporting 339 that McFarlane had traveled to Iran in late May with gifts, including a Bible inscribed by Reagan. The publication led to a string of press revelations about how Reagan had sold arms to Iran. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Ali Akbar Rafsanjani, confirmed the main elements of the account the next day, but Reagan said the reports had no foundation, and his spokesman claimed that the U.S. arms embargo remained in effect. Schultz, in the dark as much as the general public, urged Poindexter to tell the whole story. Poindexter fobbed him off. More revelations followed in the press about the sale of arms for hostages. On November 4, in midterm elections, Democrats swept the South and regained control of the Senate 54-45. Reagan lost his effective working majority in Congress. The ultimate revelation came on November 25, when Edwin Meese, by now Attorney General, announced the discovery that North had diverted millions of dollars in profits from the Iran arms sales to the Contras. The self-expose coming on top of the serious political setback unnerved the administration. Poindexter and North lost their jobs. Casey, disabled by a brain tumor, went into the hospital on December 15. Reagan, at the zenith of legislative success, saw his ratings nosedive. Arming the country that had held American diplomats hostage shattered Reagan's credibility as a tough guy president. Turning over custody of the nation's foreign policy interests to unsupervised amateurs cast a harsh light on his carefree style of governance. Allowing his staff to implement secret policies through a parallel government suggested violations of law, beginning with the restrictions on Contra aid authored by Representative Edward Boland. In a parliamentary democracy, the government would have fallen. But under the U.S. Constitution the only remedy was impeachment, a course which found little favor in Congress so soon after the Watergate scandal and the resignation of Richard Nixon. The government did not collapse, but Reagan's ability to govern in many areas did. Nicaragua policy, integrally linked with his political strength, was one such area, but the $100 million cushion voted in 1986 allowed him to postpone any test for some months. The evidence of weakness was in his repeated delays in seeking new aid. The administration had hoped to obtain $105 million in 1987, but amid press disclosures, experts' reports, and 4 months of congressional hearings, it put off the day of reckoning. On December 1, 1986, Reagan appointed John Tower, formerly a Republican senator from Texas, to head a board of inquiry along with Edmund Muskie, Secretary of State in the Carter administration, and Brent Scowcroft, National Security Advisor under Gerald Ford. That same day, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence began its investigation. On December 19, Lawrence Walsh, an Oklahoma lawyer, was appointed independent counsel to investigate possible criminal charges in connection with the arms sales and diversion of profits. The House and Senate, on January 5 and 6, 1987, respectively, set up separate investigating panels, which they later combined into one. On the eve of the hearings, conservative fundraiser Spitz Channel pleaded guilty to conspiracy to defraud the government by illegally using the tax-exempt status of his foundations to provide funds for the Contras and to place television advertising to support candidates favoring the policy. He named as co-conspirators Oliver North and Richard Miller, a former administration aide and head of a public relations firm that had received contracts from the Office of Public Diplomacy at the State Department. On May 6, Miller pleaded guilty to felony charges and also named North as co-conspirator. Some of the most damning testimony at the joint congressional Iran-Contra hearings, which ran from May 5 to August 3, came from current and former aides who criticized the policy and the decision-making process that spawned it. McFarlane suggested that calamity was inevitable. There is something wrong about the way this country makes foreign policy. Don't know how wrong, he said. The covert war had been launched in 1981 in a policy vacuum and without any assessment of U.S. interests, analysis of options, or calculation of costs. To engage in conflict with a Soviet client, you must have the American people and the U.S. Congress behind you. Yet it is virtually impossible, almost as a matter of definition, to rally public support behind a policy that you can't even talk about. He came down hardest on those Reagan aides who, to overcome the inherent 341 weakness of their approach, had advised confrontation with Congress. When the President and the Congress cannot agree, to charge ahead is to invite disaster, he said. Policymakers who create conditions like this must bear some of the moral responsibility for the failures that follow. Such short-sighted behavior can well take the country to the brink of disaster and threaten to destroy our position of leadership among allies and put at risk even our ability to provide for our own security, he said. As for the Contras, McFarlane called them well-meaning, patriotic but inept Coca-Cola bottlers, a reference to Adolfo Calero, who had managed the soft drink franchise in Managua, and judged that they just cannot hack it on the battlefield 48. McFarlane also admitted that he had misled Congress over North's role and had kept it and Schultz in the dark about soliciting funds from Saudi Arabia and other countries. The son of a congressman who had spent years working with Congress, McFarlane had violated his own principles and now was trying to redeem himself. Abrams admitted on the stand that in a closed-door appearance before the Senate Intelligence Committee on November 25, 1986, he had concealed the solicitation of funds from Brunei. He asserted that he had promptly gone back to the committee to correct the record after mulling over his testimony, but they read about it first in the morning newspaper, for the Los Angeles Times had broken the story in the meantime. His only note of contrition was to admit that there is such a thing as being too clever. North impressed many at the hearings with his straight-arrow appearance and his Boy Scout sincerity, but he jolted official Washington when he casually revealed Casey's plan for a standalone, self-financing offshore enterprise capable of mounting covert operations on behalf of the U.S. government off the shelf. North seemed almost boastful about the fact that he had repeatedly lied to Congress and had shredded vast quantities of memos in his office at the time he was fired. Reagan had claimed to the Tower Board not to have known of the funds diversion, and in its report issued February 26, 1987, the board found no evidence to the contrary. Poindexter backed him up. But Poindexter's defense before Congress that "the buck stops here, with me" was an astonishingly arrogant statement for an unelected official, particularly a high-ranking military officer. Only Schultz and Weinberger emerged unscathed after telling of 342. The good fight they had waged against the Iran Initiative. But Schultz puzzled many by defending Abrams against the clamor for his resignation from Democrats and some leading Republicans. Documents released at the hearings undercut the credibility of the White House and the Office of Public Diplomacy in selling the program. Since 1984, officials had credited the Contras with raising the funds needed to survive the congressional cutoff. In truth, the White House had solicited other governments on their behalf. Contra reforms had been mainly public relations exercises engineered by North to impress Congress. The growth in numbers, portrayed as proof of the Contras' popular appeal, was shown to have been a PR tactic. Military strategy had been crafted largely to impress Congress on the eve of a vote. The administration's innermost secrets had been exposed. Top officials routinely had lied to each other and to Congress. Only one or two cabinet members, whose advice Reagan ignored, had given any thought to the consequences of foreign policy actions. Casey had doctored intelligence and used it to argue policy choices before Reagan. This most damaging assertion came from Schultz and was borne out in subsequent research by the Joint Committee. The revelations, like an acid, dissolved the non-stick coating that had shielded Reagan and his administration from criticism. This was the opportunity for which the opponents had been waiting. But it took a new group of players in Washington and Central America to seize on it. Centrists who had been excluded from a role in the polarized debate instigated the change. In the House of Representatives, Jim Wright, a Texas Democrat with a long-standing interest in Central America, had replaced Tip O'Neill as Speaker in January 1987. In Costa Rica, President Oscar Arias had launched his own Central American Peace Initiative that same month. At the White House, Howard Baker, a moderate Republican and former Senate Majority Leader, had replaced Donald Reagan as Chief of Staff in February. A further change was the appointment of Frank Carlucci to replace Poindexter as National Security Advisor. Carlucci was a veteran Washington insider and foreign policy professional with a wide following on Capitol Hill. He was also a Weinberger protege, and in reorganizing the NSC bowed to the wishes of the hard right in naming aides to manage Central American policy. He picked Kirkpatrick's deputy at the United Nations, José Sorzano, a conservative Cuban-American known as an ideologue, to be director of NSC affairs for Latin America. Jackie Tillman, Kirkpatrick's former secretary-researcher, took over Central American affairs. But Carlucci compensated for these appointments by supporting Baker when he decided to take the lead in reshaping Nicaragua policy. 50 For months, House Speaker Jim Wright had been warning Baker of the erosion of Reagan's strength in Congress. Baker told Wright he thought that there was a window of opportunity for an alternative policy leading to a negotiated settlement, and in mid-July proposed that Wright undertake a bipartisan peace initiative. The timing coincided with the assessment made by Philip Habib in early spring of 1987 that the Contras, newly equipped and retrained, would begin putting military pressure on the Sandinistas by the summer or fall of 1987, and that this would be the time to launch a peace initiative, including his first talks in Managua. Habib had been preparing the Central Americans from early 1987 for such an initiative and had developed a good rapport particularly with Arias. Arias was a driven man. Well before his election, he had argued that a peaceful solution was possible if the commandantes are willing to accept the original commitments of the principles of the revolution, pluralistic society, mixed economy, and non-alignment. Costa Ricans, having supported the overthrow of Somoza, feel they have been betrayed. We feel they lied to us. By the time he launched his initiative, not only had the Sandinistas lied, but the United States had as well. Arias had reason to be angry. When Arias took office in May 1986, U.S. Ambassador Louis Tams told him about the secret airstrip that Secord had built in the winter of 1985 to 1986 in northwest Costa Rica. Arias demanded that it be shut down permanently, and Tams agreed. But the Tower Board hinted that the airstrip was used even after it was supposed to have been shut down. Arias demanded an explanation after the Tower report was published on February 26, 1987, but Abrams brushed off the protest, saying that a response had to await congressional hearings. Indeed. 344. The airstrip had been used on June 9, 1966, when a C-123 loaded with 10,000 pounds of munitions, uniforms, and medicines made an emergency landing there and got stuck in the mud. The Tower report also revealed that in September 1966, when Arias was about to announce the dosing of the airfield, Tams at North's request and with Abrams' endorsement called Arias to demand that he cancel the press conference and threatened to cancel off a forthcoming visit to Washington. Arias gave way, but several weeks later announced that the airstrip had been dosed. 51 The initial spur to action came in mid-January 1967, when the foreign ministers of the 8 Contadora and support group countries toured Central America along with the Secretaries General of the United Nations and the Organization of American States. They reported on January 21 that the Central American leaders lacked the will to reach an agreement. On February 15, Arias brought together fellow elected civilian presidents from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras to discuss his plan, calling for a ceasefire, amnesty, a dialogue between government and opposition, free elections according to the constitution of each country, and a halt in aid to irregular forces. But the presidents decided not to agree on the proposal's contents right away and instead presented it to Ortega along with an invitation to a 5-nation summit within 90 days. The summit, to be held in Guatemala, was postponed from DIV/RVR, R/YR/T5IJNTI August 1. 6 Locos Honduras and El Salvador insisted on preparatory meetings among the foreign ministers, which DI Sandinistas initially rejected. Ultimately, DI summit succeeded due to parallel events in Washington. Independent of Alias's effort, Howard Baker on July 7 had Reagan appoint former Republican Congressman Tom Loeffler as special lobbyist for ContraAid. Loeffler, a conservative Texan, was a consistent backer of the Contra program, making him acceptable to the hard right, but he also had good relations with Jim Wright, a fellow Texan. After briefings by Baker, Carlucci, Schultz, and Abrams, Loeffler tested the waters on Capitol Hill. There was an absolute stalemate, he reported back. Nothing would give. The votes were not there. On July 22, Loeffler went to see Wright. The new House Speaker, a centrist who had opposed U.S. policy in Nicaragua but backed it in El Salvador, was an obvious partner for a deal. He was a powerful figure, all the more so due to the administration's weakness. I have been hired to lobby for ContraAid, Loeffler told Wright. I want you to know that I think and the White House agrees that we have a shot at working out a peace agreement. Baker was well aware that the White House does not have the credibility with Congress or in the region to do this. The only way they can is if Jim Wright is involved, he added. Well, Tom, Wright replied, if you can prove the president is sincere about the diplomatic track, maybe we can work together. The courtesy call turned into a 45-minute meeting. Wright invited Loeffler to his home in McLean, Virginia, for dinner and further talks. Loeffler said he had support from the president on down. Let us find out what is possible if there is anything possible, he quoted Reagan as saying. According to Loeffler, Schultz played a hell of an active role and gave everything he could to this process. Schultz may have had no choice but to become deeply involved, for both his principal advisors were taboo to different groups on Capitol Hill. The center and left wanted Abrams's head, and the hard right wanted Habib's. The right more or less had their way on Habib, who at about this time told Schultz that he was quitting. But Schultz held off accepting his resignation. During the negotiations, Loeffler never conferred with Habib, even though he was the government's resident expert on diplomacy in Central America. The Right Initiative also had critics within the administration, chiefly Abrams and Sorzano. The political furor over his misleading testimony the previous December had cost Abrams his political base in Congress, and he became totally dependent on two disparate sources of support, the hard right, including the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank, and his boss, George Shultz, who was at odds with Heritage on nearly everything else in foreign affairs. With his job at stake and his loyalties in conflict, Abrams later asserted that he was highly critical of the initiative. But according to Loeffler, this was posturing aimed at Abrams's right-wing constituency. I don't think Elliott was quite that stout on it, on trying to 346 block it, but if he wants to say he did, that's fine. He needs to be saying what he's saying. The negotiations between Loeffler and Wright began on Tuesday, July 28, and were over in less than a week. Wright invited Nicaraguan Ambassador Carlos Tunnerman to his office along with Republican Minority Leader Robert Michel of Illinois. Wright asked the ambassador what it would take for Nicaragua to loosen restrictions on its internal opposition. "If you shut down the Contras, we will restore civil liberties," he replied. At a July 30 meeting with Schultz, Wright insisted that if Nicaragua showed interest in the plan, the administration must put off any request for Contra aid because if not, my colleagues will say I've led them into a trap. Schultz's concern was that ceasefire talks must include those who fought for freedom. They have to have genuine representation. But he added that this could be worked out by Habib. Habib is good at that. This was the first hint from Schultz that he intended to involve Habib in the process. On Friday, July 31, Wright dictated a first draft and showed it to Senate Majority Leader Robert Byrd and Minority Leader Robert Dole. Ambassador Guido Fernandez of Costa Rica stopped by and urged him to remove references to national elections, because the Sandinistas were sure to reject them. Wright concurred. Tunnerman was out of town, and before even showing the draft to the administration, Wright gave a copy that afternoon to Sophia Clark, who maintained congressional liaison for the Nicaraguan embassy. On Monday, Wright passed the draft to Schultz in a large meeting with more than a dozen congressional leaders. Schultz said he would study the contents. After conferring with Habib, whom he had summoned from his home in California, the Secretary of State returned it with 4 or 5 pending corrections. Abrams said he and Sorzano found the plan barely acceptable. They bitterly opposed the accompanying gag rule, under which Reagan and Wright agreed not to criticize each other and the administration agreed to abstain from requesting Contra aid until October 1. "We fought and fought and fought and fought and we lost to Howard Baker, I think wrongly," Abrams recalled. "It was a big mistake." Loeffler had a different recollection. "It wasn't quite that vicious," he said of Abrams's opposition. Schultz backed the plan. "I think he went along because he thought it was a good idea," Abrams said. The proposal was announced on Wednesday, August 5, the eve of the Central American Summit in Guatemala, in a manner that indicated the administration's underlying ambivalence. The White House issued the document on blank paper without any indication that it was an official document. The State Department had copies delivered to the attendees at the summit but neglected to send a top official to explain its implications. Fernandez was already in Guatemala and called Wright for guidance. He felt the agreement was too good to be true, but his government had many questions. Wright agreed to Fernandez's suggestion to send a representative to answer them and dispatched Richard Pina, a Latin affairs expert formerly with the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He arrived the next day, as the Central American presidents began their meetings. With Pina as their intermediary, Fernandez and Wright transformed the Wright-Reagan plan into a blank check for Arias to use as he saw fit. Their dialogue thereby changed the course of American foreign policy and very possibly the history of Central America. Or, as Loeffler saw it, once Wright-Reagan came into place, it broke the stalemate in the Congress and the stalemate in the Western Hemisphere. Costa Rica's most critical question concerned the timetable. Arias envisioned 90 days for compliance, whereas Wright-Reagan spoke of 60 days. Was this rigid? Back came the answer from Wright: no, you can modify it. The plan is meant to complement, not substitute. Would the White House agree to such changes? Back came the answer: Wright offers himself as interlocutor with the White House for all things we want to amend. What was the Sandinista reaction? Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto was consulted and had replied in a letter to the Speaker that the plan was interesting. Could Wright guarantee there would be no contra-aid for the first 90 days? Pena delivered the answer: Wright believes he has 348 enough swing votes behind him. Wright also advised that he believed there could be no negotiations through third parties between the Sandinistas and the Contras. It was not the first time that an individual with outline responsibility would set U.S. policy in Nicaragua. Wright's distinction from Carbaugh, North, and Casey was that he had been formally placed into his co-equal role by the White House itself and with Schultz's support. When the talks began on Thursday, August 6, Arias was in an enviable position. 4 of the 5 participants were more or less supportive and the 5th was operating in the dark. Moreover, Arias was the only participant with an official interpretation of the U.S. plan. He used the opportunity to the fullest. El Salvador was reluctant. Guatemala clearly wanted the peace process to succeed. The challenge for Arias was the Hondurans, who were as usual the main holdouts. Wright had dealt with this by not informing them of the plan. The administration also made the fatal error of not keeping its vital ally posted. The Iran-Contra scandal, combined with the political shift in Congress, had had its impact on Honduras, the use of whose territory was critical to the continuation of Reagan's policy. The scandal debilitated the standing of the U.S. government before the eyes of the Central American governments, said a senior Honduran diplomat. State secrets were on page 1 of newspapers. Many got worried about what the Contra program means for future relations with a Democratic Congress and for a possible Democratic administration. According to other diplomats, Honduran military leaders began to suspect that the Contras' military struggle had assumed greater importance for the administration than the security of states such as Honduras. The Sandinistas were astonished at the process unfolding in Guatemala. "We didn't expect an agreement," said one senior official. "We thought the best we could get was a communique." But the shift of power in Washington quickly became apparent to Ortega and his aides. Something had changed in the way the Central American presidents perceived the level of strength. The Wright-Reagan proposal confirmed it 52-349. To build up the pressure, at about 4:30 a.m. Friday, Fernandez telephoned Wright at his home and said an outline agreement had been reached. According to observers, this was not actually the case, for the Hondurans were holding out. But once Wright announced the news in Washington and warmly welcomed the agreement, Honduras, not wanting to be the spoiler, backed it. And the deal was made. The plan, announced Friday, August 7, followed Arias's earlier draft but relegated all security-related matters to the Contadora Forum. These could not be negotiated among the 5, for the United States first had to define its position on retaining its military trainers in El Salvador, its sizable military presence in Honduras, and its plans for maneuvers in the region. The plan put strong emphasis on enlarging democratic institutions and national reconciliation, but within the framework of existing constitutions. Habib saw his chance. He and Abrams read the document in Schultz's office as it arrived page by page from the U.S. Embassy in Guatemala. "We're home free," Habib exclaimed. He said the Guatemala Accord was a great achievement for U.S. policy and interests, and recommended going to Central America immediately, but added, "It's time to go to Managua." Schultz concurred. "He agreed with me 150%, Habib recalled. Abrams said he violently opposed that view both orally and in writing. For Habib to travel at that moment would have been extremely unfortunate and would have given very much the wrong signal to the four U.S. allies Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, and also provoked a firestorm from the right at home," Abrams said. He thought that Habib should not be traveling at all, but that the United States had to give a very tough message to its four allies and that Habib was not the man to deliver it. The message that Abrams wanted to have delivered was an ultimatum. Either you work closely with us to protect your national security or your national security isn't going to be protected. You people have gone off here and done something which may well result in a disaster for your national security and ours. And you're going to have to live with the results in a much more direct sense than we are. Think it through carefully because we would like to restore the closest possible level of cooperation." Schultz disagreed, Abrams said. He viewed discussions with the Sandinistas as a boil that had to be lanced. "Sooner or later we are going to have to do it. There is no good moment. Let's just do it and get it over with using the treaty as a justification." Abrams was prescient in predicting a firestorm from the right. Just in case it did not catch, he worked closely with Sorzano at the NSC to see that Secretary of Defense Weinberger, who had been completely excluded from the deliberations, was made fully aware of the negative consequences. Weinberger had influence with National Security Advisor Carlucci, and Abrams made his view known that there were two distinct viewpoints in the administration, his and Habib's. A choice had to be made. Abrams felt that both W. Teinberger, the hardest line guy at the top, and Carlucci had lost confidence in Habib. Phil symbolized a weaker policy. He symbolized an alternative to the hard-nosed pro-Contra policy of Ronald Reagan, Abrams said. Habib drafted a memo for Schultz and began to select his staff the following Monday. "My idea was to go down immediately, improving, filling the gaps, strengthening the security aspects which were non-existent, and making sure the Central American democracies got it together. I considered it an opportunity to end the war on terms acceptable to us." But Abrams drafted a counter-memo arguing against a Habib trip on the merits. He also told Schultz that politically it was an unwise move. Schultz replied that he was making a policy choice which he thought was correct. When Schultz went in to see Reagan later that day, he endorsed Habib's recommendation. "Phil should leave now and go down there and meet not the four but the five." But he quickly added, "I have to tell you, Mr. President, that Elliott Abrams does not agree." Weinberger was present, along with Baker and Carlucci. Having been out of the loop and heard the views of Abrams, Sorzano, and his own hardliners such as Fred Ickel, Weinberger now gave his view. He was very 351. Much opposed to Phil's traveling, a high State Department aide said. This was one of the most important decisions in the history of the Nicaragua policy. For the first time, the entire region, the White House, and the Congress were briefly united, but Reagan's aides, as usual, were sharply divided. Weinberger and Carlucci apparently got to Reagan first and carried the day. According to Loeffler, the NSC framed the issue rather differently than Schultz and Habib. The line given Reagan was that the United States had suffered the consequences of its long reputation as the Colossus of the North. Do we send someone now and get accused of trying to tell them what to do? Or do we wait and let them try to work it out and try to assist them? That, said Loeffler, is the decision that was put to the president. Reagan had no difficulty in making up his mind. Faced with the conflict among his aides, he hoped to put off the decision. I don't want Phil traveling, Reagan said. If he can't travel. Mr. President, you've lost confidence in him, Schultz replied. And if you have lost confidence in him, I should tell him to leave. He should quit. Reagan responded, "No. I don't want him to quit. I just don't want him to travel right now." According to several sources, Shultz made a second attempt to convince Reagan a day or two later but failed to change his mind. Shultz called in Habib. "They don't buy it," he said. "Fine. I won't stay," Habib replied. He went back to his office and typed out his resignation. The first to learn of it was an ad hoc group of conservative leaders who had demanded to see Reagan after the Reagan-Wright agreement and attacked him for it. They were told that Friday, August 14, of Habib's departure more than 3 hours before the general public. "I thought a real opportunity was there and should be taken," Habib said later. "I wanted to take advantage of it. Really make it work." He added, "I would have taken what they did in Guatemala City, and gotten agreements that would meet our objectives." His first move would have been to meet the Contra leadership, make them understand what I would be doing. If the mediation was successful, they would have to fold their tent. But they could be protected while you test. That is what I was going to do. 352. Instead, the administration withdrew from playing an active role in the process. Diplomatic vacuum. In the weeks after the Guatemala meeting, the administration acted as if it had lost its compass. Under attack from his core constituency for signing the joint statement with Wright, Reagan clumsily groped for a way to discredit the Guatemala Accord. At first, he officially welcomed it, but within a month declared yes when asked whether the accord was fatally flawed. Shultz, on the other hand, said the United States should take full credit for the outcome, which he said was due to military pressure by the Contras, then proceeded to request $250 million in aid for the following 18 months. The conflicting signals, according to Abrams, reflected the division among Reagan's top advisors, some of whom urged him to reject the proposal and others to embrace it. Reagan settled for a compromise in which we said we'll accept it but we don't like it. Amid these strange goings-on in Washington, the Central American leaders worked with a rare adroitness and common purpose to discredit administration policy. Point 53. Because Reagan, Shultz, and Abrams spent most of August on vacation and Habib's ouster meant there was no special envoy to send around the region, it took weeks to assess the impact of the Guatemala Accord. Abrams's deputy, William Walker, visited the area in late August and returned, a colleague said, in the pit of despair. No one wanted to hear U.S. views. Most discouraging was the cold shoulder he received from Duarte in El Salvador. By challenging the leftist guerrillas to lay down their arms and enter the political process, Duarte had gained needed political capital. He refused to distance himself from the process. What we didn't realize is that you have 5 incumbent presidents who wanted to delegitimize any threat to their incumbencies, Walker said upon his return. There is a commonality of interests between Duarte and Ortega. 54. Early in September a replacement was named for Habib Morris Busby, a Foreign Service officer who since early 1987 had run the Contra program at State. Busby was junior compared with Habib or Harry Schlotterman and had no background as a diplomatic troubleshooter. 353. From Abrams's viewpoint, the problem with Habib was that he had failed to realize that he was just a symbol and instead saw himself as a negotiator. Habib wanted to get something negotiated. That is what his supporters liked, and that is what his opponents feared. Busby, whose highest previous post had been Deputy Chief of Mission in Mexico, fit what Abrams saw as the Schlotterman model, an honest and able envoy who was not exceptionally vigorous and who enabled all elements of the administration to maintain their ambiguity. This was important, because ambiguity allowed all views in the administration to coexist, whereas a really vigorous envoy who seemed to be pushing for a treaty elicited opposition. And then you had crunches and arguments and so on. To ensure that the special envoy did not stray from the path laid out by Abrams and Sorzano, Jackie Tillman accompanied Busby on every trip. I request the aircraft. He doesn't get a plane unless I'm on board, she boasted to an associate. The restoration of ambiguity allowed Abrams to resume his drive for policies favored by the hard right, now his sole source of political support. But it did nothing to help the administration regain the confidence of Congress or its influence over diplomacy in Central America. Instead, Central Americans saw this development as a cue to work closely with Jim Wright in order to thwart the administration. Sooner or later, the ambiguity would have to give way to clarity. Meanwhile, Schultz found himself twice embarrassed as he charged up Capitol Hill for more Contra aid only to beat a retreat days later. Abrams pushed hard for another battle over Contra aid. He favored an absolute confrontation with the Hill not because of principle but because it maximizes our chances, such as they are, of winning and forced the Democrats to pull the plug. This coincided with the preference of spokesmen for the hard right in Congress and conservative groups, most of whom had wanted a showdown over Central America since Reagan came to office. The thesis was that if Democrats could not be bludgeoned into supporting the program, defeat could be transformed into political capital by charging them with being soft on communism. "I know where he's coming from," said Loeffler. "That means that we have a bloodbath. And I don't want to see that." Another flaw in the thesis was that it overlooked the views of the Central American leaders, who worked together to block the request. 354. On September 10, Schultz went before the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee and announced that Reagan planned to request $270 million after October 1. But 10 days after he spoke, Arias, visiting Washington at Wright's invitation, urged the administration to give peace a chance and postpone any request for Contra aid until November 7, when democratization, amnesty, and region-wide ceasefires were to take effect. The administration backed down. On October 13, Arias was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. A few hours later, Schultz appeared before the House Foreign Affairs Committee and stated that Reagan would seek a vote on the $270 million before Thanksgiving. The new aid proposal had a life of 10 days. To Abrams's surprise, Presidents Duarte of El Salvador and Ascona of Honduras also spoke out against an early vote on Contra aid. Both had come to Washington on White House invitations. On October 15, Duarte urged that the vote be deferred until January 7, when the presidents of the 5 countries plan to meet and evaluate the results to date. A week later, Ascona said after seeing Reagan that Contra aid should be suspended at least until January. Once again, the administration backed down. Schultz formally announced on November 10 that to give peace every chance, the $270 million would not be requested before 1988. Abrams also found himself outmaneuvered on the peace plan itself. In August, he assessed the Guatemala plan as a disaster for Central American and U.S. security and dismissed each Sandinista concession as it arose. In the naming of a national reconciliation commission to be headed by the Sandinistas' leading critic, Cardinal Miguel Obando y Bravo, Ortega had failed to include enough government opponents, the State Department said. The reopening of La Prensa and the Roman Catholic radio station were derided as cosmetic gestures of compliance. But by mid-October, Abrams, in a bid to regain the public relations initiative, changed tack. "We came in the course of time to think that the Sandinistas had agreed to things that were very remarkable and that by demanding compliance and in a sense getting behind the treaty, we could actually get pretty far." Or, as he told a British television interviewer, "The more I look at it, the more I like it." Indeed, Abrams found he could focus public debate in the United States and in Central America by pressing the Sandinistas to hold ceasefire talks with the Contras and then implement a full amnesty. The refusal of the Sandinistas to 355 meet their insurgents is becoming a major issue. "That's not an accident," a source close to Abrams said. But Ortega outfoxed Abrams on November 5 by announcing that he would hold indirect ceasefire talks with the Contras. He also declared a wide-ranging amnesty and the lifting of emergency laws, but turned the decision on the timing over to an international verification commission, which he said could trigger implementation when it determined that Honduras and other countries were also carrying out the agreement. Ortega followed up by asking Obando to be the mediator in the talks and flew to Washington the following week and presented Obando with a ceasefire proposal. The administration refused to have any contact with Ortega during his visit to Washington, but he called on Wright twice to discuss his ceasefire proposal. He then delivered it to Obando in Wright's presence at the Vatican Embassy in Washington. For weeks Abrams had been trying to get Schultz to be tougher on exposing and denouncing Wright's forays into diplomacy. Schultz had resisted. He was too busy, probably, other priorities, Abrams surmised. Now Abrams had his chance. Speaking as an anonymous senior official, he told the Washington Post that Wright's involvement in the Ortega visit had been an exercise in guerrilla theater that had dealt a serious setback to the regional peace process. This led to a major blow-up between the White House and Wright, which Schultz allayed with a personal visit to the Speaker's office. 55 Abrams went a step further and had his military advisor, an Army colonel, brief reporters. The war continues to move forward in spite of all the politics that go on. The troops are fighting. They are widening the war, he said. If funded for another year, the guerrillas could overthrow the Sandinistas. Actually, the war was being widened by the administration, for, as the official noted, the CIA had stepped up its arms deliveries into Nicaragua, with the amount in October double that of the previous month. Yet he also acknowledged that the Contras as a force had been built on its head, beginning with a military operation before there was an economic infrastructure or political support inside the country. So it could not find food to support itself and could not survive a total cut-off of U.S. aid. Seldom had the contrast been so clear between U.S. rhetoric calling for democracy and the reality of its hands-off approach to diplomatic efforts to that end. Seldom had a U.S. policymaker been 356. As isolated politically in Washington as Abrams or in pursuit of a policy so contrary to the stated wishes of the elected leaders of a region. The five presidents seemed united behind a locally initiated peace process, which week by week had advanced toward agreed-upon goals. But an important portion of the U.S. administration was suggesting that a military solution lay just around the corner and was doing what it could to help that come about. The approach might have made sense if the object of the expanded fighting was to arrive at a ceasefire, but the U.S. goal was veiled in the ambiguity that Abrams valued so highly as he promoted the hard right's vision of the policy. No doubt, the Abrams approach made sense in terms of the short-term interests of those whose careers were identified with the program, including himself. Less clear at the start of December 1987 was where it fit into long-term U.S. national interests. For the risk in betting on war when the region was betting on peace was that U.S. influence over events would be reduced and the influence of the Sandinistas heightened, and that U.S. interests as a result would be adversely affected. Dating back to 1981, U.S. security interests had been defined as requiring the Sandinistas to undertake arms reductions and expel their Cuban and Soviet bloc military advisors, matters that would be easy to pin down in verifiable international agreements. But these issues had taken a backseat to democratization, a process that was internally controlled and therefore ultimately reversible. Indeed, ironically, in the absence of Habib, as the Central Americans moved toward fulfilling the Arias Plan, the Sandinistas distanced themselves from the security requirements of the Contadora Accord. A top aide to Defense Minister Humberto Ortega defected to the United States in October and claimed that the Soviet Union had agreed that same month to support a dramatic expansion of Sandinista military forces by the mid-1990s. The resulting political furor helped the administration win an extension for Contra military aid through February 1988. The Soviet Foreign Ministry later denied categorically that Moscow had made any such commitment. Yet a senior Sandinista official who accompanied Daniel Ortega to Washington in November affirmed that Nicaragua wanted to retain its army of 70,000 and have 200,000 reserves that could be mobilized in 48 hours. If Nicaragua invades any of the surrounding countries, the United States will quickly come to their rescue. But if the United States invades Nicaragua, neither Cuba nor the Soviet 357. Union will come to its aid, Victor Hugo Tinoco noted. He compared the Contadora Plan to the 1975 Helsinki Final Act, an East-West accord containing commitments on human rights that have proven unenforceable. Guatemala, this official said, offered much more than Contadora. In other words, the Sandinista response to the ambiguity of the U.S. position was to remain armed to the teeth. As the year drew to a close, U.S. policymakers were locked in stalemate with each other, with Congress, with the Sandinistas, and with the other leaders of Central America. Without active participation by the United States, the Arias Plan could never achieve its ambitious goals, but a top State Department official said he could not foresee a U.S. negotiating role without the restoration of Contra aid, for it would be a vital bargaining chip in any final settlement. Yet the restoration of Contra aid seemed certain to doom the Arias Plan, for the Sandinistas had repeatedly said they would then abandon the negotiating process. And Congress seemed unlikely to restore the aid unless the Central Americans pronounced the Arias Plan dead. This was the impossible set of choices before Congress, the country, and Central America. It was the fruit of 7 years of a policy-making process that was as inept as it was politicized, as corrupt as it was chaotic, a process that had given rise to the biggest scandal of Reagan's administration. It had more in common with the foreign policy of the banana republics of the past than of a superpower in the late 20th century. Indeed, the Central Americans and the United States seemed to have reversed roles. 56 With policy in worse disarray than hitherto had seemed possible, many of the country's most respected diplomats abandoned their patience with the administration. Habib, speaking in mid-November, was exasperated. "I saw an opportunity to get what we wanted. I would have been down there working. I would have had a ceasefire agreement by now." His only hope was that the matter might be taken out of U.S. hands. "The Central Americans," he said, "might save us from our own folly." Epilogue. On February 3, 1988, the House of Representatives rejected Ronald Reagan's request for another 6 months of Contra funding by an 8-vote margin. Since the White House and Congress had previously agreed that defeat in either house killed the request, this vote effectively ended the funding program. Many observers, including some members of the Reagan team, believed that the administration would be unable to revive military aid funding. The Sandinistas had acted shrewdly during the run-up to the vote, using conciliatory rhetoric and timing their concessions for maximum effect. On January 16, Daniel Ortega seized the initiative and bowed to the administration's demand for direct talks with the Contras and a suspension of the nation's state of emergency. On the defensive, the administration responded with reluctance to Democratic appeals for a new round of U.S. negotiations with the Sandinistas. Elliott Abrams said negotiation with a communist nation was a chip to be played only once. And this, he said, was not the time. On the eve of the showdown, Reagan gave his 20th major speech on Contra aid in 5 years. Claiming that Daniel Ortega's concessions were the result of military pressure, Reagan pleaded for his package as an insurance policy to support the Arias Peace Initiative. But Democrats said the package amounted to a death warrant for the Arias Initiative. They asserted that the funding package, which Reagan described as $36.25 million, was actually closer to $60 million, with 5/6 to be used for military aid or transport. House Speaker Jim Wright, summing up the argument against aid, said the Arias Initiative had wrung more concessions from the Sandinistas in 6 months of peace efforts than the Contras had in 6 years of fighting. He disparaged the U.S. refusal to engage in direct talks as childish and ridiculous. The 219 to 211 outcome was a watershed for U.S. policy in Central America. Defeat, Abrams had said before the vote, would amount to a Sandinista triumph over us and a tremendous undercutting of U.S. influence in the entire region, instantly. He predicted it would 358. Lead to military coups in Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala before the end of 1988. The dissolution of Central America, he said, will be fast and it will come on Ronald Reagan's watch. Guido Fernandez, Arias's ambassador in Washington, agreed that the vote would have overwhelming repercussions in the region, among them a complete reversal of the U.S. policy of trying to solve Latin American problems with force. He welcomed the change and predicted that the United States would begin using diplomatic means to achieve its foreign policy goals, although not until Reagan left office. After the vote, the administration found itself, as a result of its previous actions, at the margins of the region's diplomacy. On February 5, the third-ranking Soviet diplomat in Washington, Yevgeny Kutovoy, called on Fernandez and informed him that Moscow was prepared to begin talks leading to military disengagement in Central America. Kutovoy complained that he had tried to see Abrams 3 times in the previous 2 weeks to discuss this, but Abrams would not receive him. Fernandez informed Arias of the conversation, and the next day the Costa Rican leader publicly called on the Soviets and Cubans to halt their shipments of military hardware to the Sandinistas and to the guerrillas in El Salvador and Guatemala. The State Department learned of this development from news reports. Abrams had frozen Fernandez out of official contacts months earlier. U.S. aid deliveries ended February 29, causing an acute crisis for Contras inside Nicaragua. Speaker Wright proposed a $30.8 million package of food and non-lethal necessities, but Reagan insisted on the restoration of military aid and refused to negotiate with him. On March 3, House Republicans, backed by the White House, joined liberal Democrats to scuttle Wright's plan by an 8-vote margin. This was the final blow for the rebels, who reacted bitterly and announced their first withdrawals from Nicaragua. In the meantime, the Sandinistas began an offensive in the remote Bocay Valley on the Honduran border, which choked off the principal Contra supply and escape route. On March 15, the administration claimed that up to 2,000 Sandinista troops had crossed into Honduras and were advancing on the Contra's strategic headquarters and main supply depot. On March 16, a few hours after 4 key figures in the Iran-Contra scandal, Poindexter, North, Secord, and Hakim, were indicted on criminal charges, Reagan dispatched 3,200 soldiers to Honduras on a training exercise. Even supporters felt he had overreacted. So low were Reagan's credibility and strength that Wright was able to hold off pressures for a new military aid vote as he worked behind the scenes to spur on ceasefire negotiations. 1 On March 21, Sandinista and Contra leaders met face-to-face in Sapoa, a dusty outpost near the Costa Rican border. Both sides agreed to major concessions, and shortly before midnight on March 23 they announced a preliminary 60-day ceasefire. The administration was stunned and, as usual, divided. Schultz welcomed the truce and hinted that he might soon open direct talks with Managua. Reagan expressed serious doubts about the accord, and Abrams let it be known that he opposed direct negotiations. The accord did not formally terminate the war, but it opened the way. Once again, Central Americans themselves, defying the administration, had taken an enormous step toward ending what Habib called our folly.